Keep our highways safe. The Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club, devoted to trucking safety. Register online at redeyeradioshow.com.
As an owner-operator, you have unique needs to ensure you can run a profitable business, deliver on time, and still have time at home with the family. The experts at Fleet Owner bring their expertise to you each week with the For the Drive newsletter, arriving in your inbox every Wednesday morning. This free newsletter will help you stay on point with all of your goals, understand upcoming regulations, and be on the forefront of breaking trucking news. Sign up today at fleetowner.com.
Good morning. It's now 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Fair skies, 45 degrees right now to start us off this morning.
We'll see the temperature drop another degree or two, so get ready to have that jacket to go as you're heading out the door. First Alert Live radar is clear and dry. Here's the rest of your First Alert forecast. We'll have good sunshine today, 60s to at best the low 70s, so I'm going to keep our high temperature today right around 70. We'll end up on just either side of that by a couple degrees. Not as windy as it's been the last couple of days, but still fighting that northwest wind, keeping that cooler air in place.
And Stefano DiPietro also telling us we could see some rain late in our weekend. In the news today, advocates for school safety teamed up with state lawmakers yesterday at the Capitol. They're pushing for another safety feature for schools. Here's Channel 4's Alexandria Adams.
Alyssa's law requires public elementary and secondary schools to have a silent panic alarm system that alerts local law enforcement during emergencies. It's expected to cost around $16,000 for each school.
Some schools already have these silent panic button systems, but these advocates yesterday saying it's time to make them standard across the state. Day 23 of the federal government shutdown, and now one Senate Democrat is opening the door to a potential way to end the shutdown.
With no progress in negotiations on Capitol Hill, Democratic Senator John Fetterman is breaking with his party in hopes of reopening the government. He says Republicans should invoke what's called the nuclear option. It would allow the government spending bill to pass the Senate by simple majority instead of a 60-vote threshold, warning federal food assistance or SNAP benefits are about to run out for 42 million Americans.
That's ABC's Perry Russum. Another Senate vote is scheduled for 10 o'clock this morning. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Major market indexes fell in Wednesday trading. The Dow was down 334 points. The S&P 500 fell 36, and the Nasdaq lost 213 points. Shares of Netflix came down after the streaming company reported weaker than expected profits for the latest quarter. Facebook's parent company Meta confirming Wednesday it is cutting about 600 artificial intelligence jobs, even as the company continues hiring for its super intelligence lab. The company is encouraging affected employees to apply for other jobs within Meta. The Department of Agriculture Thursday announced plans to reopen more than 2,000 county offices across the country to help farmers and ranchers access federal aid. USDA says Farm Service Agency staff will be paid despite the federal government shutdown to help farmers apply for loans, insurance, and other programs. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Stock futures mixed. We've got Dow futures minus 102, NASDAQ futures plus 19. S&P futures are up 2. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. There's a crash in the South Loop this morning. It's on I-40, the westbound lanes at the off-ramp to 2nd Avenue. That exit number is 210C. The off-ramp near 4th Avenue partially blocked off there. Careful as you're rounding that area. Also on 65, heading in on around the Goodlettsville area. Looks like it's slowing down in that spot this morning. 24, looks like they've picked up the cones and traffic is moving okay now. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Well, good morning to you. It is 6 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock on this Thursday, October 23rd. So glad that you're with us here. I am not Dan Mandis. Dan Mandis, as you may have heard, if you were up just a few minutes ago, was on Red Eye Radio last night, and I am filling in for him. He's filling in for Red Eye. I'm filling in for him. That's the way it goes. And going to be with you here today and tomorrow, bringing you news and information you can use as we try to make sense of sometimes the nonsensical stuff that's going on in the world around us. Glad you're with us. Glad you're up and around. Let's get started by talking about the state of the economy. And I want to start with a story. Everybody's talking about tariffs and tariffs this and tariffs that. And, you know, Trump says the tariff is a good thing. And I agree. I mean, I think we should charge people tariffs, other countries' tariffs as they charged us. And we're putting billions of dollars into the coffers. But everybody on the other side of the equation says, well, it's going to cause everything to go up. It's going to cause everything to go up. And people will change their spending habits, and we're all headed for a big disaster. The economy is not as strong. Well, I mean, let me just read a couple of stories here that I think will change your mind about that if you were inclined to believe that stuff. Trick or tariff. Halloween industry predicts record revenues as Trump import duty raises prices. This is from the Washington Times, talking about the situation with, Halloween, which is just around the corner. Costume sellers and candy merchants are anticipating record high revenue this Halloween, even as tariffs and rising chocolate costs bedevil inflation-weary consumers. The National Retail Federation projects that U.S. spending on Halloween will surge. This is really something, just on its own, to a record $13.1 billion. Stop and just consider that for a moment. $13.1 billion is going to be spent by Americans on Halloween stuff. You got to get your candy, you got to get your costumes, you got to get your yard decorations. That's up from $11.6 billion last year. But wait. We're told that the tariffs were going to destroy everything. This includes expected increases in consumers splurging on candy, decorations, costumes, Halloween greeting cards, as spending jumps per person from nearly $111 to $114 a person. The average American will spend, if you average it all out, $114 getting ready for Halloween. National Retail Federation sees roughly 3 in 4 Americans celebrating again this year. That's something. Industry insiders interviewed by the Washington Times said revenue is up due to tariff-driven inflation, higher cocoa prices, and in fact the holiday falls on a Friday this year. Traditionally, Halloween sales revenue is highest when the holiday falls during a weekend. I didn't know that. But anyway, there you have right there. Yeah, prices may be going up, but it doesn't seem to be destroying consumer confidence. Consumers are happy about where things are. They seem to be pleased with where the economy is. They are not pulling in their horns. They're not sitting on their wallets. They're out there participating in life because they feel good about what's happening. So tariffs didn't impact Halloween. Well, but it will probably impact Thanksgiving. I mean, after all, the high cost of food and then all of that, we got to get ready because we're going to get hit hard, square between the eyes and Thanksgiving. No, apparently not. Apparently not. Listen to this. Now, this came from the Sunday talk shows, and I think it's pretty good stuff. Here you have the Walmart CEO, John Furner, talking to George Stephanopoulos. And, of course, Stephanopoulos is out to make his point. His point being that he thinks, Americans are going to get really hit hard, square between the eyes, and Thanksgiving. It's all because of the Trump policies. He's trying to make that case. It just turns out that the guy at Walmart, this guy Furner, completely disabused George of any notion. Take a listen to some of this interview, because he goes at him like 3 times, and each and every time it is absolutely a disastrous interview for George Stephanopoulos. Here again, the CEO of Walmart is John Furner.
And we're joined now by John Furner, President and CEO of Walmart U.S. Thanks for coming in this morning, Mr. Furner. Appreciate your time. Let's talk about Thanksgiving first. Food prices are up, especially turkey. So what are you doing to help customers keep the cost down?
Well, there you go. Now, what are you doing? Everything's up. So how are you doing that?
Well, good morning, George. It's great to see you. We are really excited about what we have planned for this year at Thanksgiving, and I can't believe it's already that time of year, but this is a time of year when people are busy. They don't want to sacrifice quality, and we want to do all we can to help them celebrate the holiday any way they want, and we want to do it in a way that's very affordable with a lot of value. So I want to talk about a couple things with the Thanksgiving basket. First, we started putting together this idea of having the entire basket easy to purchase, easy to assemble back in 2022. And this year, we will have the best prices on this basket we've had since the program started. We're down about 25% from last year, down about $14 for the basket, which puts us in a position where this basket is just under $4 a person when serving 10 people.
Wait a minute. How can this possibly be? I mean, George Stephanopoulos says, hey, it's going to cost you a lot more, but this guy said, no, it's going to cost you a lot less to put on your Thanksgiving dinner. This year we'll have the best prices on that basket since the program started. We're down about 25%. The cost of this Thanksgiving feast, and it's a feast, butterball turkeys, the whole 9 large, stuffing, well, we all know we call it dressing. Dressing, everything that you need, 25% lower, about $14 savings for the average family, which brings the cost to just under $4 a person if you're serving as many as 10 people. So you can feed 10 people for $40. Tell me that's not a good deal for a big Thanksgiving meal.
So we have a great basket that has a mix of our great brands, like butterball turkeys. Our turkey prices, George, are all the way back to what they were in 2019 at 97 cents a pound. So we're really excited about the progress. I was really impressed when the team brought me this. It was better than I expected. So we're looking forward to a great holiday season, and we want to help people celebrate any way they want and do it at a great Walmart price.
Well, you'd say, there you go. Well, now Stephanopoulos is not going to take that for an answer. He's going to come at him again.
How about President Trump's tariffs? They're contributing to higher costs across the board. I know you're absorbing some of the cost, how much is going to be passed on to consumers as they turn to holiday items?
Well, George, we're, as you know, selling a really wide variety of products, and about 2/3 of what we sell is either made, grown, or assembled here in the United States. And so our merchants have done a really nice job of mixing things out. This basket is a great example.
See, it's not a problem.
Of where we're keeping prices down. The other thing we do at Walmart, we have a program called Rollbacks, which we've had for decades. And as we stand here today, we get to talk today, we have about 7,000 items on Rollbacks, which is up about 1,000 from where we began the beginning of the year. So we are really focused on ensuring that across categories, opening price point, some of our better and best quality products, that that we are delivering the prices that people expect. So we have this basket that's going to be exciting for Thanksgiving, and then in a few weeks we'll be talking about the holiday event season that's coming up just before you know it.
Well, I mean, and that is just around the corner, because once you get to Thanksgiving, you've got you got your Black Friday, your shopping, and all of that kind of stuff. So you'll talk about that. But I mean, here, get this: they are rolling back the prices on some 7,000 products, and he said a lot of our products are made not overseas, as you might expect, but in the United States.
You know, a lot of American families are tightening their belts right now, borrowing more to pay bills.
He just won't give up.
Falling behind on credit card payments. Are you seeing any change in your customers' behavior, and what can you do to alleviate that?
We'll have the answer to that in just a moment. Right now, 15 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7.
It's a crash on the South Loop, 40 westbound off-ramp to 2nd Avenue. That's exit 210C. The off-ramp near 4th Avenue is partially blocked off by it, too. Otherwise, the roads heading in this morning looking pretty good. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much, Joan Jones. Joan Jones in the house today, as well as Sam, as we try to put together this show for your entertainment and informational needs. We're talking about the cost of Thanksgiving and how Walmart is trying to teach George Stephanopoulos that things are not as bad as you seem to think they are, George. And he says, look, people are falling behind on credit card payments. What do you see in the way of changes in the customers' behavior? Here's the answer from the CEO of Walmart.
What we've been seeing, and we talked about this at the end of our second quarter just a couple months ago, we see a customer that is very savvy. They're thinking about value. They love quality, and they've been very resilient. Our customers that have shopping with us both online and in store, they've been really resilient, but they are looking for value. So we are doing what we can to ensure that we're being as efficient as possible so that we can deliver low prices. And the big change from just even the year before, the two things that we've talked about today, I just reiterate, is the price of the basket being down 25%. That is a big number in terms of percent decrease. And then having over 7,000 items that we've taken the price down on key items, things like our 50-inch Vizio television that's selling for $214. Those are great values that will really come in handy as people get ready to celebrate the holiday season.
Well, George didn't have anything he could do there except just bail. He says, thank you very much. So there, I mean, I love the fact that the guy from Walmart was just laying it on the line. Things aren't as dire as you think they are, George. When's the last time George went to Walmart? Probably never. You know why this is all this, of course. It has to, one of the reasons why things are doing better is that we have had, and if you've ever listened to me talk about the economy, you know that I say one thing over and over and over and over. Nothing impacts our overall economy more than the cost of energy. And when you have high energy costs, everything goes up because you got to pay more to get the product to market, get your product or your service to market. But when the prices come down, it has the opposite effect. Everything can be cheaper because you're not spending as much on your fuel, your diesel, your oil, and your gas to get things to market. Listen to this. National gas prices drop below $3 as OPEC increases production. White House credits the Trump effect. National average price of gasoline in the United States has fallen below $3 a gallon, reaching its lowest point since 2020. According to data released Monday, the average now stands at $2.98 a gallon. And I will tell you, I paid less than that. I just got through a big road trip, huge road trip all the way out to New Mexico and Colorado. And I got to tell you, there were times when I didn't pay very much for a gallon of gas across the way. The difference really seemed to be in the state I happened to be in and how much they charge for taxes. A report from Gas Buddy shows the national average is about 15 cents lower than the same time last year. So the head of the petroleum industry at Gas Buddy says, the head of petroleum analysis at Gas Buddy confirmed the downward shift and says the U.S. has not seen a $2.99 national average since early in the year 2020. That's That's pre-pandemic. Gas prices have finally fallen below $3 per gallon nationally. Now, we pay less than that here in our area. But I'm telling you, that is part of what's going on here. The low price of gasoline is reverberating, and that means that, yeah, maybe the cost of goods is going up because of tariffs. Maybe it's just a little bit, but it's offset by the fact that we're getting a lot of money into our coffers, our federal coffers, and at the same time, we are doing everything we can to keep energy prices low. So you have an offset there. See, Donald Trump knows what he's doing when it comes to the economy. He, as somebody said the other day, this guy's playing chess while everybody else is playing checkers. So, we hear that tariffs is not impacting Halloween. We hear that the actual cost of your Thanksgiving dinner, which is coming up, will be less, according to Walmart, 25% less. The price of turkey is down dramatically. The price of gas is down dramatically. And so, yes, there is this offsetting, this balancing. Now, there is one area where things are really, really expensive. And we're talking really about what's going on with the price of beef. And yes, if you're trying to buy beef right now, you know that the cost has gone up. What's going on with that? Is it something to do with tariffs? No, it's absolutely cyclical. It happens on a regular basis. The Epoch Times has a story about long-term trends and short-term trends and all of that. But really, it really just comes down to the fact that we go through this cycle where prices drop, so the cattlemen put more cattle into the range. They're raising more cattle because they want to get a good price while the price is high. But when you do that, it drives the price down. We're just in a cycle, and has nothing to do with the tariffs. It has to do with a whole host of other things that are having an impact on the cost of beef. That said, with the government no longer in operation, our federal government, we can't seem to get it open. We don't have a lot of details, financial details we might normally get. But there is one thing on the horizon that could cause a problem for some families. Some states are saying that they're going to have to stop paying their SNAP benefits. This is basically food stamps. Serves 42 million low-income Americans. Texas is now warning its millions of recipients that all November SNAP benefits will be halted if the shutdown continues past the 27th, 4 days from now. Pennsylvania says they will not be able to distribute SNAP benefits because they blame it on Republicans. I would blame it on the Democrats. The Democrats are the ones keeping this government closed. SNAP has traditionally been federally funded, but is administered by the states. That means the shutdown's impact on SNAP and what benefits will start to dry up will vary from state to state. Now, I've not heard anything about this happening in Tennessee, but we'll keep an eye on it for sure. Let's call it 24 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock on Super Talk.
Up ahead here on 99.7 WTN, they really did skip Trump supporters' homes, and now FEMA staffers have been referred to the DOJ for prosecution. We've got that coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Nashville's Morning News. I'm Brian Wilson filling in for Dan Mandis. Has the day off. I'll be here today. I'll be here tomorrow. Dan back on Monday. Glad to be with you on this 23rd day of October. We're talking a little bit about the economy and how Democrats are all doom and gloom about the economy and things really, honestly, are looking pretty good right now. Your Thanksgiving dinner's not going to cost as much. Your Halloween candy may be a little bit more, but people don't seem to be worried about that. They are spending on Halloween, so that means the consumer confidence, in my estimation, is pretty high. Is there anything that looks gloomy on the horizon? Yes, and it has absolutely nothing to do with Donald Trump. If you're an employee, you need to stop and think about whether or not your job can be replaced by AI. It's happening. And it's going to happen even more. And some people, especially in the financial industry, J.P. Morgan, Goldman Sachs, say that they will employ fewer people because they can replace some of these jobs with AI. So that's something you need to think about. However, there is this statistic. A report from the World Economic Forum earlier this year estimated that the onslaught of AI, robotics, and automation could displace 92 million jobs by 2030, while adding 170 million new jobs. So they're going to add more jobs than you lose, but there's going to be a transition time, and that's going to be a time where people have got to decide whether they can continue doing the things they do, or if they need to make an adjustment in how they work and who they work for. 5:30 now, time for the news with Joan Jones.
Good morning to you. It is 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're at 44 degrees now, and we'll get to about 71 later in the sunshine. Murray County has just broken ground on its first tornado siren. It's a major step toward improving severe weather safety after last year's deadly storm. Now, Channel 4's Brendan Tierney says that county officials are planning to install 7 sirens in rural areas, while Columbia is adding 12 more thanks to a state grant.
Parks, schools, and busy shopping areas highlight Murray County's first warning system. Crews are going to work over the next 4 to 6 weeks to get all of the tornado sirens installed.
Each siren cost about $45,000, a total of $350,000 allocated for this project. The funding was approved despite some pushback from commissioners concerning the expense. The Pentagon is confirming that there has been another attack on a boat suspected of running drugs in the Pacific Ocean.
The Pentagon announcing a second strike on an alleged drug boat in the Pacific Ocean. Secretary Pete Hegseth posting a video of yesterday's attack saying 3 men were killed. Hours earlier, he shared details of the first strike in the Pacific off Central America. These latest attacks follow 7 strikes on vessels in the Caribbean as part of President Trump's crackdown on drug cartels. Trump claiming his administration does have the legal authority to carry out the attacks.
That's ABC's Mola Lenghi. Those reports of FEMA teams bypassing North Carolina and East Tennessee homes that had Trump flags were true, according to an internal probe by the Department of Homeland Security. And now the Trump administration has just sent a referral to the DOJ recommending Biden-era FEMA staff face criminal charges. Now, this report says that FEMA canvassers collected information about which homes had political signs or signs about the Second Amendment. The canvassers skipped those homes, leaving behind no disaster assistance flyers. FEMA Director Deanne Criswell testified to Congress that there was no widespread cultural problems at FEMA. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. It is slow going on the South Loop this morning. 40 westbound off-ramp to 2nd Avenue. That's where the accident is. The off-ramp near 4th Avenue is partially blocked off. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
"37 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson filling in for Dan Mandis on Nashville's Morning News. Hope you're having a great day. I haven't even looked at the forecast. I think it must be pretty nice today. It was sure nice yesterday. Let's check in and see what's going on. We often do a little chit-chat, a little cross-talk, a little catch-up with what's going on with Joan Jones and Sam, who produces the show. So, guys, how are you doing on this Thursday, October 23rd?
Fantastic.
How you been, Joan?
Really good.
Yeah?
Yeah. You're right. I am just loving this weather.
Yeah.
So you were talking about it. We're expecting like 71 degrees and sunny today. It's so perfect.
Yeah.
It is cigar evenings at my house.
Ah.
Very pleasant weather. I think this has always been my favorite time of year. I mean, I like it when the leaves turn. I like it when there's a little nip in the air in the morning, and then the sunny afternoons and the pleasant afternoons and the pleasant evenings. It's just the best time of year. I'm a big fan of fall.
Do you have those tobacco barns around you, Brian?
No, not that I've seen, but I know they're around here somewhere.
I live out in Robertson County, where this is harvest and smoke season, and so the whole air just is filled with that sweet aroma of tobacco. So I add to it.
Okay, well, good. I'm glad. I'm really glad. Hey, so we were talking a moment ago about how everybody's trying to talk down the economy, but it seems to be kind of floating around there. Have you guys noticed anything that is costing you a lot more than it was, let's say, before the election? I can't think of anything, with the possible exception of beef, which happens for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah, and that was it for us. We just bought, we love to go shopping at Costco, and so you buy, you don't buy just one steak,
you buy in bulk. That's right, yeah.
So there's 4, and they're so thick that one steak is good for both of us. But the cost of that pack was like $60, and I'm thinking, wow, it didn't stop me from buying it, but yeah, I mean it's very expensive to buy beef right now. But that's the only thing. You were talking about the gas prices. I was noticing on my way in this morning, $2.34 was where we were at by my house.
Wow.
Yeah, I'd have to say I haven't noticed much of a price uptick. I'll agree with Joan on beef, but I'm still in school finishing my degree, and my wife's holding down the fort at home, and we have been managing. Nothing's really fluctuated, out of control where I go, darn this administration.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you would expect with the really difficult things that Trump is trying to do with the economy, that we would have some moments where something blurbs out and, wow, what's going on with this? But I mean, I can't think of anything except beef. And you talk about the price of gasoline, John. As you know, I just completed a pretty significant road trip. Took my little camper van, and took off, and I drove all the way from Watertown to eventually stopping in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and then Cabana wife, who's still working. Somebody has to support me into the lifestyle to which I've become accustomed. So she's still working, and so she flew into Albuquerque, and we celebrated our 5th wedding anniversary. Can you believe it's been 5 years?
I love it.
So that's where you got that handsome hat, huh?
That's right. That's right. Exactly. And so we go there for the balloon festival. But what I noticed was as you're traveling across the country, it's the thing that really drives the price of gasoline right now is that whatever taxes the state is putting on it. And so, you say we're at $2.34. I think probably on average I paid about $2.50 a gallon. Nice. Some places a little more, some places a little less. But the bottom line is, that's not what everybody said was going to happen.
Right. Right.
And with the lower energy prices, it really offsets everything else. So get to Albuquerque. We do the balloon festival. Big fun. If you've never been to the Albuquerque Balloon Festival, it is really worth the trip. It was really quite beautiful. Got up early one morning, went down and saw the balloons being launched. You have to be there. You have to get up about 4 o'clock in the morning to get there. Yeah, you got to get up early because it takes you a while to get into the what they call the Balloon Park Festival, and I mean there are, I don't know, maybe 1,000 balloons. Just huge. Some of them are, traditional balloons. Some of them are like frogs and creatures and character like Mickey Mouse, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Just all kinds of really interesting balloon designs. One of my favorite was a giant brain. Just, I don't know what it was. I don't know why, but it was a balloon that looked like a gigantic brain. And it flew right over us. Anyway, that was really something. Then went up and into Colorado, spent some time just going through the southern part of Colorado, which is a beautiful part of the state. Saw some fantastic scenery. And but again, nothing that I ran into was all that expensive. In fact, we did our anniversary dinner. I thought, man, we're going to be in for a big one here. So we went to the top of Sandia Peak that looks down over Albuquerque, 10,300 feet above sea level, about 4,000 feet above the ground level there in Albuquerque. And I thought, well, this is a really nice restaurant. We're ordering some, pretty nice meal. It turned out to be one of the more reasonable big meals that I've ever had. Prices were not unreasonable. So I don't know. As I go about the country, I don't find people that are struggling with high prices and that kind of stuff, which is exactly what we were told was going to happen.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and they're talking about reopening the construction on the Keystone Pipeline, which would only drive prices down further.
Yeah. I mean, that will take a while, but it will happen.
Do you think all those people that were coding will now come back?
Say that again?
Do you think all the people that were told to just go code, that they'll come back to the Keystone Pipeline now?
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so. I mean, that would be great. I mean, the Keystone Pipeline was stupid to ever shut that down. I come from a part of the country where there are a lot of pipelines. We never have this discussion in West Texas where I grew up.
Yeah.
Because we understand the importance of oil. Isn't it funny how people will fight something and then complain about the cost of fuel?
Yes. Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like it takes infrastructure to move that kind of stuff around. Well, one way or the other, that's all going better. Do you have any? I mean, we're starting to talk about Halloween, which is next week, followed by Thanksgiving, followed by Black Friday, folled by the Christmas season.
Here we go.
And already the 16 trees in my house are starting to go up. So we're beginning. We're beginning that this weekend.
Nice.
Yeah.
Have you noticed how much earlier places are putting out their Christmas decorations this year? Like, we haven't even gotten to the week of Halloween. And I'm seeing the little Debbie Christmas trees at Walmart, and I'm like, don't you do it, Samuel.
I know it. This is a long-running bug of mine. I hate this. I hate that we push the season.
Yeah, Costco had their some of their Christmas decorations out anyway, weeks ago. I know. That's crazy. Can
we not have Halloween? Can we not have Thanksgiving? And then maybe we start to focus on Christmas. I don't know. This always bothers me. Why? And Christmas music that starts well back up into November. No. We're not ready for that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, some people are, but I'm not. I'm not ready for Christmas music until maybe a couple of weeks before Christmas.
Right. My daughter's already Christmas wall to wall. Crazy.
I feel like the people that do that never worked in the mall during Christmas season, because I did at Rivergate, and my goodness, if I hear Mariah Carey's bells start ringing, I duck for cover because I'm about to lose it.
Yeah.
Just work at an adult contemporary station for a while. You'll really lose it.
Yeah. They do that quite a bit, don't they? There's some stations that go all Christmas music.
Yep.
And by the way, they do pretty well, actually.
They do, and that's why they do it.
That's why they do it. You have some little dinky radio station that never pulls a number until Christmas, and then they have this tremendous month because all they're doing is playing Christmas music. Then they go right back to what they were doing, and the numbers fall right back off. So I've never understood that, but yeah. I mean, I love Christmas music. I'm just not ready for it until I don't know. It's Christmas. But I guess that's just a quaint notion that we will. Yeah. That we will, not push the seasons. That seems to be, but you're right. It's getting earlier and earlier every year, isn't it?
It sure is.
Yeah. So other than that, I, drove back from my trip to Colorado, spent some time with family, and just had a really, really wonderful trip. Except for, can I just say this? The roads in Western Tennessee are the pits.
Oh, wow.
It's the worst I've ever been on. I don't know what it is about the state of Tennessee. I mean, I went across Tennessee, going west, going to Arkansas, went into Oklahoma, went into Texas, went into New Mexico, went to Colorado, did the reverse trip all the way back, went through all those states again. So I got a pretty good sense of where people, our highways, especially our interstate highways, especially out near Memphis, are just the worst.
Yeah.
I've never been on a worse road in my life. Why can't we have better roads in the state of Tennessee?
I don't know. That's a really great question. Who pays for that? Is it
Well, some of it comes from your gas tax.
Yeah.
And so there's money for that. But I mean, I don't know why we always hear this. Yes, I know we need to repave these state roads. We need to repave this road. We need to do this. We need to do that. We always hear our politicians talk about, well, we really need to get on the infrastructure and the roads and the bridges and that kind of. And then I don't know. It doesn't seem like anything happens. I know we're in that area. We're on what is called the snow rain line in Tennessee.
Yes.
Which means that you're obvious. Sometimes what happens is, to the north you get snow, to the south you get rain, but right along that line you get ice. And ice is the worst for roads. I get that. I understand it. But, we deserve better than that. I'm telling you, just about took shook the fillings out of my teeth. As I was driving down I-40 in the area near Memphis. It was just the worst.
Yeah. Yeah, but you know what? I got to tell you, if you travel in on 24 at the time of the day that I do, so I'm usually crossing the Antioch area at about 3 o'clock, 3:15. We're down to one lane. The traffic is going slow, and it's because of construction. But you're going slow in one lane for about 5 miles before you see one worker. And they're working on one tiny spot on the roadway. Well, why'd you have to have it shut down for 5 miles?
Yeah.
But yeah, they're working on the road. They're working on 24 every day. I know that. And it looks good. It runs well. It's nice and smooth. But,
you know how you learn weird stuff when you're in the news business? If you've ever covered a beat, you learn a lot of things about unusual things. For example, I learned years ago covering like city halls and state governments that they try to do a lot of the paving in October.
And why is that?
Well, because at some point, the asphalt, if it gets too cold or the temperatures get too cold, it will not adhere.
Okay.
So they have to get the asphalt down while the ground temperature is a certain temperature.
Okay.
I mean, this is the weird, bizarre stuff that you sort of collect as a reporter if you've been doing any kind of reporting over the years. So they wait, and then there is, so they shut down the asphalt plants. It depends on where you are in the country and what the climate is. But, sometimes around Halloween, they shut them down. Some places they shut them down earlier because the temperature has gotten colder up north, let's say like in Michigan, for example. So they can't put down hot asphalt and make good repairs once the temperature reaches a certain point, ground temperature. So they end up shutting down. So there's a lot of activity that happens in September. They say they don't want to mess up the roads when people are on vacation. So they wait until the fall when kids are back in school and then they do a lot of this construction. So this is a big time of year for that kind of stuff.
Grr.
I know. But it doesn't make it any easier to get to work.
It doesn't. It doesn't. But fortunately, at that time of the day, there's not a whole lot of us out on the roads. Not a whole lot.
The other place where I've found that traffic is really just backed up, and I think it's because we're in between where we're going and where we are now. There's a lot of construction that needs to be done. That's B&A. It's a mess out there.
Yes, it is.
I always speak very highly of because I think B&A is a world-class airport run by pretty smart people, who, by the way, listen to this program. And so I've always felt like it was, but I mean, right now it's just bad. Had to drop Cabana wife off so she could take a little trip up to see her parents in Michigan. And I mean to tell you, it was not fun dealing with the traffic out there at B&A. And I think they got all kinds of things going on. I'd read somewhere they're going to be doing some
blasting,
blasting out there to get ready for some more roads, etc. So
through Friday, as a matter of fact, through Friday. So at 9 a.m. and at 11 a.m. today and tomorrow, you're going to hear blasts out there.
Is that part of the tunnel, I wonder?
That's a good question.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
But I mean, they're going to be doing, digging with the tunnel, and they're going to be doing blasting out. So it's going to get, I think, a little worse before it gets better.
Yeah.
But I hope that at the end of it all, it's so convoluted. The roads out there are so convoluted, that I don't know that they have a particularly smooth traffic pattern that will emerge at the end of this all, but I hope so, because it's a mess right now.
Let's hope the traffic planners knew what they were doing.
Yeah. Well, listen, I think I have trust that I've seen. And by the way, the airport inside is just getting to be remarkably beautiful. It's a great airport once you get there.
Yeah, I agree. I really like that airport.
Yeah. It's really becoming a remarkable showpiece for our community. A lot of people coming in and coming out. I just want to make sure that that this road thing gets buttoned up, because right now it's bad. And what I experienced was not even the worst. I mean, the other day they had backups there that took hours and hours and hours to get straightened out. So I don't know. I don't know what's the cause of that, but I sure would like it to be over.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So what else is going on? I haven't talked to you in a while.
I know. So what is going on? Some of the things that we've been talking about in the news this morning, that there is, let me go back to my story here. Oh, the FEMA teams. How about that one? We learned during Hurricane Helene, or in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, we heard those stories about the FEMA canvassers going out and skipping homes if they had, a Trump sign out there, or perhaps Second Amendment signs. And it turns out now the Department of Homeland Security did a deeper dive, and it turns out that story is true. And so now some of those canvassers are being sent to the DOJ for possible criminal referral.
Isn't it interesting? All these things that once we get, the right people in there, we're starting to learn the truth about what was going on. We got to take a break for a little tease for the news. 55 past the hour.
And coming up here in the news, silent alarms could be coming to Tennessee public schools. Also, an illegal immigrant driving a tractor trailer causes a deadly crash. And yes, it has happened again. We've got that story at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Selling your home can be stressful, but it doesn't have to be. Get a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. There are no showings, no open houses, no stress. Work with the #1 real estate team in the U.S. and close with confidence. Go to markspain.com today.
Good morning. Now 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There's a new push to add another layer of security at Tennessee's public schools. Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovac says that leading state lawmakers want to fully fund Alyssa's law, putting silent panic alarms in every school.
Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson and Representative Ron Gant, who previously sponsored a pilot program for that law, say that they're continuing to push for more funding statewide to enhance school safety. This law would make silent panic alert systems available in every Tennessee school. That way, teachers and staff can instantly contact law enforcement in an emergency.
Now, this law is named after Alyssa Awladef, a 14-year-old student who was killed in the 2018 Parkland school shooting in Florida. Well, it has happened again. A 21-year-old illegal immigrant from India driving a tractor-trailer truck has caused a deadly crash. This time, it's happened on the I-10 freeway in Southern California. Jashanpreet Singh was allegedly intoxicated when he ran his big rig right into slow-moving traffic in front of him, never having touched his brakes, leaving 3 people dead and several injured. Singh came to the U.S. through the border in California in 2022 during the Biden administration. He was released into the interior of the country pending an immigration hearing. DHS says he does not have legal status. Now, no comment from the White House so far, but the Trump administration said last week that it would withhold more than $40 million in highway safety funding from California for failing to comply with federal English language proficiency standards for truck drivers. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Dragged down by some disappointing earnings reports, stocks have taken a midweek dip. The Dow Jones fell 334 points Wednesday to close at 46,590. The Standard & Poor's 500 gave up 0.5%. The Nasdaq Composite surrendered just under 1%. Southwest Airlines is flying high, showing an unexpected profit in the latest quarter. Revenues landed at just under $7 billion. Southwest is forecasting a record this quarter, with travel demand increasing. It's a similar story at Volvo. The Swedish car maker this morning reported stronger than expected third quarter profit, sending shares 40% higher for the company's best single trading day ever. The union representing Starbucks workers is set to begin a strike authorization vote tomorrow with dozens of rallies and pickets across 60 cities. Contract talks between Starbucks and its baristas fell apart last December. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
We've got Dow futures down 31 points right now. NASDAQ futures on the plus side by 3. The S&P futures are up 2 points. That is the latest news. Traffic is next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Couple of trouble spots now in Bellshire. It's an accident on Dickerson Pike at Old Hickory Boulevard. Smyrna, on the eastbound side of 24, the off-ramp to Sam Ridley Parkway, there's a crash that partially blocks off that ramp. It involves 3 cars. The westbound side of 24 in Antioch, a stalled-out car on the right shoulder there. It is blocked. A lot of folks are looking over at that and causing a slowdown. And on the South Loop, they're still working that scene this morning of a crash on the I-40 westbound off-ramp to 2nd Avenue. That ramp partially blocked. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, everybody. It's 7 minutes past the hour of 6 o'clock on this Thursday, October 23rd, hour number 2 of Nashville's Morning News. No, I am not Dan Mandis. Dan Mandis is off today. I am your friend and radio buddy, Brian Wilson. And today and tomorrow, and Dad be back on Monday. So where do we want to go with this hour? I think I want to talk a little bit about what's going on in the nation's number one city, the largest population center in America, New York City, and what's going on with the mayor's race there. I hate to say this, but it looks to me as if the people of New York, the voters of New York, are about to elect Zoran Mondani as their mayor. He's a socialist, he's a communist, and he's going to be the mayor of the nation's largest city, the way it looks to me right now. Well, let's just look at the numbers. Where are we? According to Real Clear Politics average of polls, so this is not one poll, this is an average of many polls, Mondami has about a 17-point lead in the race. That's pretty hard to overcome. Mondami 45.3, Cuomo 27.9, Curtis Sliwa is coming in at about 14% of the vote. He's the Republican candidate in New York City. So there you have all that. Big debate last night, and it was pretty feisty. I will say that it's one of these things where you hear it on the radio, you might have one opinion, sort of like the old Nixon-Kennedy debate, because Mondami was sweating, profusely. Everybody else looked calm, cool, collected, and he just looked like he was sweating. His head was shiny, his face was shiny, it looked very uncomfortable. But here's a little sample of how it went, starting with Andrew Cuomo going against Mondami.
To Zoran, I believe, as we've stated, that you have been a divisive force in New York, and I believe that's toxic energy for New York. It's with the Jewish community, it's with the Italian-American community when you give the Columbus statue the finger, it's with the Sunni Muslims when you say decriminalize prostitution, which is haram, it's the Hindus, but then you take a picture with Rebecca Kadaga, Deputy Prime Minister of Uganda. You take the picture with your father, you're smiling, he's smiling. She's known as Rebecca Gay Killer Kadaga. You're a citizen of Uganda. You took the picture, you said you didn't know who she was, it turns out you did. How do you not renounce your citizenship or demand BDS against Uganda for imprisoning people who are gay? Just by their sexual orientation. Isn't that a basic violation of human rights?
I think he gets the question. My politics is consistent, and my politics is built on a belief in human rights for all people. And that extends to queer and trans New Yorkers, and it extends to queer and trans Ugandans. And had I known that the first deputy minister was the architect of that legislation, I would not have taken that photo. And yet I also know that this constant attempt to smear and slander me is an attempt to also distract from the fact that, unlike myself, you do not actually have a platform or a set of policies to protect those same New Yorkers here. All you have are the insults that you have lobbed at every single opportunity you have.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, there were a lot of insults lobbed between the two frontrunners in this race. And they both seem to think that the other is the candidate of Donald Trump. Yes, Donald Trump's name did come up.
We first just heard from the Republican candidate for mayor, and then we heard from Donald Trump's puppet himself, Andrew Cuomo. You could turn on TV any day of the week, and you will hear Donald Trump share that his pick for mayor is Andrew Cuomo. And he wants Andrew Cuomo to be the mayor, not because it will be good for New Yorkers, but because it will be good for him.
Donald Trump, I believe, wants Mondami. That is his dream, because he will use him politically all across the country, and he will take over New York City. Make no mistake. It will be President Trump and Mayor Trump, and he will come in and take over the city.
So Donald Trump comes up in a New York City debate. Well, you're Trump's. No, you are. It's back and forth, crazy stuff. And then it got at times really ugly.
What do you say to the 13 women that you sexually harassed?
Question of Mondami of Andrew Cuomo.
If you want to be in government, then you have to be serious and mature. There were allegations of sexual harassment. They were then went to 5 district attorneys, fully litigated for 4 years. The cases were dropped, right? You know that as a fact. So everything you just stated, you just said was a misstatement, which we're accustomed to.
Everything that I stated was a misstatement?
Yes, because the cases were dropped. That's what happened.
Oh, there you go. I mean, a really, pretty hard-hitting debate there, as you might expect in New York among their politics. So what about Curtis Sliwa? Everybody says, well, that's interesting. I used to occasionally, when I was, I'm trying to remember when it was, but I think it was, when I was at Fox News, they would occasionally call up, and say, hey, can you do a hit with the folks over at Curtis and Cubby? Curtis Sliwa and this guy named Cubby had a radio show there in New York, and I used to occasionally appear on that show as a guest. And I found Curtis Sliwa to be an interesting guy, but he's standing at 14% right now. And by the way, the people who support him really support him, and he says he's not going to get out, claims that he's been offered $10 million to get out, but says that he will not back down.
Andrew Cuomo.
By the way, this is from a radio interview he did immediately after the debate.
Andrew Cuomo lost to him decisively in the primary, and now you're thinking that Andrew Cuomo can be the savior. I'm sorry. I am the Republican candidate. I had 30,000 people who signed up to qualify me to be the second major party candidate. And I am the law and order candidate, of which Andrew Cuomo is the architect. But what? And Zoran Mandami is the apprentice to no cash bail, raise the age, turn criminals loose from Rikers Island. So again, I am the legitimate Republican Party candidate. Major party candidates don't drop out for independents who are losers to begin with.
There you go. So he's not going anywhere. What does that mean? It means that Mondami's going to win. That's the way it looks. I hope that I'm wrong. I'd like to say that I'm wrong. I would hope that there will be a different outcome there, but I don't know how you overcome a 17-point lead. I just don't know how that happens. But a lot of talk about Mondami that came out. The New York Post put it this way. Mondami breaks a sweat, fails to give specifics as Cuomo and Sliwa repeatedly pin him in a corner during fiery New York City mayoral debate. Frontrunner Zoran Mondani broke a sweat literally during a knockdown, drag-out final mayoral debate Wednesday as a fired-up Andrew Cuomo repeatedly pressed him to quit acting and deliver straight answers. The normally smooth-talking socialist was repeatedly pinned into a corner by the unlikely tag team of Cuomo, the ex-governor running as an independent, and the GOP nominee Curtis Sliwa, who labeled Mondani's proposals as fantasy. Seizing the last opportunity to cut Mondami down to size with 13 days to go before the November 4th election, the thirsty rivals wouldn't let any of the Democrat nominees' non-answers slide as the LaGuardia Community College stage where it took place. So there you have it. I mean, they came after him. Both Sliwa and Cuomo, the independent, he's really a Democrat, but he's running as an independent, together, they could, if there were only one candidate against one candidate against Mondani, he would probably lose. But as it stands, there are two, and I see the people who are supporting Mondani are, I think, up for grabs. I think Cuomo's people are pretty solid, and I think that Sliwa's people are pretty solid. I don't see a lot of people changing their minds in the last days. It seems like it's settled. It seems like voters have pretty much made up their mind, and it takes a lot to change a voter's mind this late in the process. So I don't know. It looks like it could be Mondani as the next mayor, as much as I hate to say it. Now, maybe something else will happen, but so far, that's the way it looks. 17 past the hour, a little late for traffic and weather. Let's take a look at what we got going on. Currently, in the Nashville area, we have 42 degrees, heading to a very pleasant 68 degrees today. Tomorrow, we're looking for 65, partly cloudy skies. Rain over the weekend, maybe 75% chance of rain in the Nashville area, but temperatures still in the low to mid 60s as the week progresses. So there you have that. We're talking about the big race that's going on right now. I don't know how this is all going to play out, but I can tell you this. Mamdani would be a disaster as mayor. It would be embarrassing. I can't understand why there's such an interest in this guy as a candidate. I can't understand why so many people who live in New York City want to vote for him, but that's apparently what's going to happen. Man, I'm telling you, it's scary to think about the nation's largest city being controlled by a communist, a socialist. But that's where we seem to be headed. And I think Cuomo is right. If Mamdani becomes the mayor, you'll see the heavy hand of the president, as he has done in some other major metropolitan areas. He'll get involved. He'll do what he can to protect and to undo the policies. But I mean, this is not good on any level to have Mamdani be the guy who ends up being the winner in this particular race. Can Cuomo pull it off? Only if Sliwa gets out. And as you heard, Sliwa's not getting out. No intentions whatsoever. So I don't see a scenario. I hate to say it, and I know people are disappointed when I say it, but I don't see a scenario where it's anybody but Mamdani. Even though he was sweaty, and even though there's a lot of things that people have just decided that, there's just a core of voters inside New York City who have decided that this is what they want. The fact of the matter is, I saw a poll yesterday suggesting that some 67% of Americans who are Democrats are okay with the idea of being considered a socialist Democrat. 2/3 of Democrats don't have a problem with the idea of socialism. Wow. Are we a divided nation or what? It's stunning. That statistic in itself is stunning. How did we get to the point in America where 67% of Democrats, 2/3 of Democrats, believe that socialism is the answer, who have a positive feeling about socialist policies? Man, we are in such a weird place in this country right now. Democrats believe that socialism and communism may be worth a try. Republicans becoming probably more conservative. Democrats becoming more liberal. Big area in the middle. It used to be you had a big vote in the middle. Moderate Americans. Sometimes they go left, sometimes they go right. Which way will they go in New York City? Right now, it seems that more of them are going to the left than to the right. So I don't know what's going to happen. But if you twisted my arm and said, what's going to happen in this New York race? I'm going to tell you right now, it seems to me that we're probably headed for Mayor Mamdani, which will be hard to say. I don't know. 13 days, I don't see much that can change it. At this point in a race, people have sort of made up there's always a group of late-breaking voters, but they generally are very small. And certainly, in America today, where we are so divided as a nation, we're seeing that writ large in this particular campaign. And it is going to be very interesting in the days ahead. I hope that I'm wrong. I don't think that I am. This is going to be something to watch, and who knows what's going to happen to America's number one city. I just don't feel good about it. I don't know what you can do about it, though. What can we do to solve this? Other than Sliwa getting out is the only opportunity. As much as I hate to say it, the Republican needs to get out of the race and have it come down to Mandami and Cuomo and see who ultimately wins in that race. That's the only thing that makes any sense to me. 22 past the hour now.
Coming up here at 6:30, prosecutors may upgrade charges against a man who attacked an elderly woman on a downtown Nashville street. That story is coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
29 minutes past the hour of 6 o'clock. Listen, we got a lot ahead here on Nashville's Morning News. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis. And when we come back after the news with Joan Jones, we're going to talk a little bit about the situation with immigration in this country. We continue to crack down on people who are in this country illegally, and there are many, many other little facets to that story, which is we'll get into coming up right after the news. Right now, 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's now 6:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Prosecutors may upgrade the charges against the man who's been charged with karate kicking an elderly woman in Nashville. Now, that woman, who doesn't want to be named, suffered a concussion, a broken elbow, shattered jaw, and she needed an emergency hip replacement. Now, Pablo Arias may face upgraded charges at his next court appearance. Fox's 17's Dennis
Are my
Ferrier.
levels okay for you?
There is no guarantee Pablo Arias will even show up for his November 21st hearing. After all, he lives in Whitehaven, Pennsylvania. And at the time of the attack, he got out of jail for $500. That's because at the time of the attack, he was charged with simple elder abuse, a Class E felony that comes with a 1 to 3 year jail sentence.
Arias posted bail and was released at the time of his arrest. Democrats voted against reopening the government again yesterday, and now ABC's Jim Ryan tells us tens of millions of people are on the brink of losing a crucial resource.
About 12% of Americans rely on the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP. Without it, says recipient Heather Williams,
we'd have to choose between paying our rent or getting food.
Social service agencies are scrambling, and some businesses also are stepping up.
And I don't want other people to have to be worried about where the next meal is coming from.
Oklahoma restaurateur Ian Campmeyer has launched Meal It Forward, encouraging customers to purchase meals for neighbors in need. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
The next vote in the Senate is 10 o'clock this morning. Your coffee routine may be interrupted. The union representing baristas at some Starbucks locations is pushing to secure a contract with the coffee giant to cover all of its workers. So starting tomorrow, rallies and pickets will take place across 60 cities while a vote takes place. And if the union votes to go on strike, it would be the third national strike at Starbucks since last December. Now, the union's demanding better hours, improved staffing levels, and higher take-home pay. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. We've got delays this morning on 24 heading westbound. So heading in this morning in the Laurel Hill area, watch it. There is a crash 24 westbound at Bell Road. Now, you do have accidents as well. A couple of other spots on the eastbound side of 24 in the Smyrna area at Sam Ridley Parkway. That one is the off-ramp there, partially blocked off by the accident involving 3 vehicles. Got a crash in Old Hickory on Saundersville Road at Cascade Drive. 840 eastbound side past Fairview Centerville, an accident on the right shoulder. And then 840 westbound at Almaville Road, the right shoulder is blocked off there by another crash. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, everybody.
Remember last
37
week
minutes
with the
past the
Tylenol
hour
stuff?
of 6 o'clock on this 23rd day of October. It's Thursday. I'm Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis, who will return on Monday. Monday. But if you want to get up tonight, I think you can hear him on Red Eye Radio. I think. He was on tonight. He was on he was on the overnight. Now, I get up very early on the days that I fill in for Dan, and was, turned on the radio and got logged in and got everything going, and there was Dan. Midnight to dawn on the Red Eye Radio. Let's see what we got here. I want to talk a little bit about the situation with illegal immigration. We're doing some good things here. We're really cracking down on people who should not be in this country and who are here illegally. But there's still this. Now, this story, you're not going to hear this anywhere else. It's the only place I've seen it is in this article in the postmillennial.com. Texas is investigating the possibility that over 2,700 people who are illegal immigrants ended up on the voter rolls. Wait. We're told that can't happen. But apparently it has. Texas has found thousands of illegal immigrants on their voter rolls as the state has conducted an audit of the voter records. According to the Secretary of State, Secretary Jane Nelson said there are over 2,700 possible illegal immigrants registered to vote in the Lone Star State. Only eligible United States citizens may participate in our elections, she says. The Trump administration's decision to give states free and direct access to this data set for the first time has been a game changer. Apparently, the federal government has given states, if they choose to look at it, information that will allow them to determine whether or not somebody on their voter rolls is an American citizen. Texas has taken advantage of it. They found 2,700 people who apparently are not American citizens who are on the voter rolls. Texas was able to run voter rolls through the SAVE database, Systematic Alien Verification for Entitlements database, which was able to identify 2,724 potential non-citizens who are registered to vote in Texas. State government provided those lists to local authorities for them to carry out their own investigations into the eligibility of those identified as non-citizens. If they are found to be in violation of the Texas Election Code, those individuals will have their cases referred to Attorney General Ken Paxton. Every voter who is flagged will have to provide proof of citizenship within 30 days, and if the government does not get a response, their registration will be canceled. And it just goes on as early voting began on Monday in Texas. Multiple constitutional amendments on the ballot. Additionally, there's some state and local elections taking place. So there you have it. I mean, we were told this cannot happen. We were told, oh, don't worry about it. You're talking about things that cannot happen. But they did happen. They do happen. And if there's 2,700 in Texas, which is a red state. How many do you think are in other parts of the country that are controlled by Democrats where they're not looking all that closely? I think you know the answer to that question. The Department of Homeland Security has arrested more than 480,000 illegal aliens since January, most whom have criminal charges or prior convictions. See, they said, we're going to go after the bad guys. That's going to be our priority. But that doesn't mean that when they arrest a bad guy, if there's somebody else there who is in this country illegally, they're not going to take that person in as well. You know, collateral damage, sorry. We weren't really looking for you, but we got you now, and you're going to have to leave. Since January, the Department of Homeland Security has arrested over 480,000 criminal illegal aliens. 70% of those individuals have criminal charges against them or have been convicted of those criminal charges. Not everybody who comes across the border illegally is a bona fide violent criminal. Some, honestly, are just looking for a better way of life. They should do it the right way, don't get me wrong. They should come in the way you're supposed to come in. But a great number of it, as we were told, a great number of the people who are in this country illegally are bona fide criminals. 70% of those individuals that have been arrested have a criminal charge against them or have been convicted of criminal charges. Wow. According to Kristi Noem, DHS and ICE have prioritized targeting illegal aliens with serious criminal histories, including repeat offenders who have re-entered the United States after deportation. We are focused on the worst of the worst, bringing those individuals to justice. You know what that does? It makes us a safer country. Get these folks, these bona fide criminals, out of our country. I mean, let's be honest with it. Some of the countries from which these people came from the jail cells in that country. The jail cells were just opened up. If you're a South American country and you've got a bunch of criminals, and it's expensive to keep criminals in jail, you save a ton of money by sending them or allowing them to go. Say, well, we'll let you go, but you got to go to America. Get on the road, pal. They empty out their prisons. They ended up in America, and now we are in the process of trying to do everything we can to find them, identify them, and get them back out of the country. Pretty remarkable stuff. But again, if information is accurate, and I believe it is, nearly 500,000, 70% of those had criminal charges against them or had been convicted of criminal charges. Exactly what we were told, and we are getting the worst of the worst out of this country. Do we still have a lot of work to do? Yeah. You know, the other part of it is maybe 1 million people have self-deported. They are seeing that commercial that on with Kristi Noem saying, I'm going to go back to my country. I don't want to be arrested. I'd like to come back and do this the right way. And maybe 1 million people. Now, what does that mean? Well, it means we still got millions and millions in this country who are here illegally. But the focus was always going to be on getting the baddest of the bad out first, and that seems to be taking place. In the meantime, we are cracking down on drug shipments coming out of South America in a big way. We've attacked another one of those drug-running boats. Have you heard the details on that? I'll have them for you in just a moment. Right now, 45 minutes past the hour. We have a high today of around 68 degrees. Going to be some sunshine out there, rain coming over the weekend, but right now we have a temperature in the upper 40s. 6:45 on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis talking about immigration and how the Trump people are doing exactly what they said they were going to do. They are also doing everything they can to crack down on the drug runners that have been sending fentanyl and other drugs into our country. As you know, we've attacked a great number of these drug running boats coming out of Colombia and South America. And so there is that. U.S. military buildup in Caribbean sees bombers, Marines, and warships converge near Venezuela. The United States has significantly increased its military presence across the Caribbean under U.S. Southern Command, deploying bombers, warships, and Marines as part of an expanded campaign targeting drug trafficking and so-called narco-terrorist networks operating near Venezuela. In addition to 7 strikes on boats believed to be carrying narcotics, the Trump administration has built up thousands of troops in the region. What are we going to do here? Well, the president said the other day that the number of boats that are coming out of South America loaded with drugs has dwindled dramatically. He said because we've cracked down on them, they're no longer coming in the numbers that we have seen in the past. So that has had an impact. I've read stories that suggest that some of these drug-running boats were really carrying drugs that were destined for Europe. Oh, well, they shouldn't be out there, and they shouldn't be trying to market these drugs no matter where they're going. I don't know if that's true or not. I think a great number of them were headed toward the United States. And now we have these attacks going on not only in the Caribbean, but also in the Pacific. The U.S. has struck 2 alleged drug vessels on the Pacific side of Latin America in the past 2 days, killing 5 people. This according to Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, confirming on Wednesday, that was yesterday, Trump administration has now carried out 9, this is the total as of this morning according to CBS, 9 alleged narcotic trafficking boats since last month, 37 dead. The first 7 strikes were in the Caribbean. This week, the strategy broadened to the East Pacific. The first strike took place on Tuesday, with 2 people killed, a defense official confirmed. The vessel was in international waters off Colombia. A second strike took place on Wednesday, according to Hegseth, killing 3 more. No U.S. forces harmed in the strikes. And we've seen the video of the strikes, and it's like you see these drug-running boats. First of all, they're high-speed boats. They're drug-running boats. There's no doubt what they're doing. I would assume that they have some information about what's on these boats before they leave, before they get attacked. But they get attacked and they get taken out. And now the drug cartels are trying to figure out how to get their product to market. We got a lot of troops in the Caribbean. We got a lot of troops out there in the Eastern Pacific who are now interdicting these boats. But will there be, something else that happens? Will they go another step? In other words, you're putting Marines out there. Are you thinking about some kind of activity against the cartels? Listen, I'm for it. I don't have any problem with it whatsoever. I've never understood why it is that we don't look at the influx of drugs into this country from South and Central America to be anything other than a national security issue. And when we have something that threatens the national security of this country, we take it out. I mean, we do this all over the world. Why is it that we pull our punch when we're talking about South and Central America? I don't have any problem with it. The vessels are shown in the videos as moving, seemingly hit and engulfed in flames. And the video from Wednesday strike, bags or parcels now appear to be floating in the water after the boat was struck. So there we have it. In the Caribbean, in the Pacific, still going after these boats. And I got to tell you, I don't have a problem with it. I don't understand people who do have a problem with it. It's a national security threat. We have the right to do things to secure our national security. Drug-running boats headed to America, or even if they're headed to Europe, in the Caribbean, in my mind, should always be fair game. 50 minutes past the hour now on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Coming up here on Super Talk 99.7. Pride flags no longer allowed in one local school system. And he wanted to shoot police and run over pedestrians. Now a Nashville man is under arrest. We've got those stories coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All the other stuff that y'all see is not what it is. This is what it is. Community, you have all these doctors.
It's 56 minutes past the hour of 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis on Nashville's Morning News. I'm seeing a story here that's put out by the folks over at Axios, which is very concerning to me about the state of Tennessee and our continuing problem with opioid use and abuse, I guess we should say. Tennessee had the highest rate of opioid use disorder diagnosis last year in the entire United States, according to data from FAIR's Health Opioid Tracker. Why it matters? Well, it's ravaged Tennessee for years, and new data show that challenges continue to snowball. We've had a problem with opioid use in this state for some time now, but it has really gone up. Are you ready for this? Out of every 100,000 Tennessee patients with insurance, 381 out of 100,000 have been treated for opioid use disorder. Now, that may not sound like a lot, but it's 381 out of 100,000. By 2024, that was in 21. By 2024, it has gone to 1,447 out of 100,000, almost triple the national figure. So what it tells me is that we have a real opioid problem here in the volunteer state of Tennessee. The consequences can be deadly. Fatal overdoses driven by prevalence of opioids have dragged down Tennessee's overall life expectancy. That's pretty amazing. In 2023, roughly 3,000 overdose deaths in the state of Tennessee tied to opioid use. Prescription opioids involved in 422 of the fatal overdoses per state data. So a lot of the overdose deaths are coming not from prescriptions or addiction to prescription drugs, but in drugs that they're buying off the street. Grants are being out there to try to solve the problem, but it cuts across demographics, it comes across income levels, and it is a serious problem here in the state of Tennessee. Wow. So many people apparently now. And when you look at the states that are having problems, a lot of them are in the South. West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, Arkansas, among those that have the worst problems. It is coming up on 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Time for the news with Joan Jones.
Good morning, 7 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Day 23 of the federal government shutdown, and now one Senate Democrat is opening the door to a potential way to end the shutdown.
With no progress in negotiations on Capitol Hill, Democratic Senator John Fetterman is breaking with his party in hopes of reopening the government. He says Republicans should invoke what's called the nuclear option. It would allow the government spending bill to pass the Senate by simple majority instead of a 60-vote threshold, warning federal food assistance or SNAP benefits are about to run out for 42 million Americans.
That's ABC's Perry Russum. Another Senate vote is scheduled for 10 o'clock this morning. Advocates for school safety teamed up with state lawmakers at the Capitol yesterday. They're pushing for another safety feature for schools. Here's Channel 4's Alexandria Adams.
Alyssa's law requires public elementary and secondary schools to have a silent panic alarm system that alerts local law enforcement during emergencies. It's expected to cost around $16,000 for each school.
Some schools already have these silent panic button systems, but advocates say that it's time to make them standard across the state. The school board in Tullahoma voted unanimously to strike down so-called pride flags in the classroom. Now only American and Tennessee flags are allowed. News 2's Kevin Hargett.
The policy was first brought up after a Tullahoma teacher who was criticized for her views on the assassination of Charlie Kirk allegedly had a pride flag in a picture of her classroom. Former Tullahoma Alderman Daniel Berry started a petition with nearly 700 signatures calling for only American and Tennessee flags in Tullahoma classrooms.
Every child, regardless of their background or their belief, deserves to walk into a classroom that's dedicated to learning and not advocacy. I believe the American and the Tennessee flag, they already represent every single student.
Now, Democrats in Coffee County are threatening to campaign for seats on the school board to put an end to that policy. A man who threatened a mass casualty event on Lower Broadway last week has been captured and arrested. Metro Police accused 53-year-old Philip Anderson of creating videos of himself holding a shotgun while pulling up alongside Metro Police vehicles parked, saying that he's about to find a sniper point and that he would run over pedestrians with his vehicle. His bond, however, was set at $19,000. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. The Dow futures right now minus 112 after some losses on Wall Street yesterday. The NASDAQ futures are minus 66. S&P futures are down 11. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a crash that's causing trouble on 24 westbound for folks heading in this morning. It's in Laurel Hill just before Bell Road. Watch it. Also, Briley Parkway eastbound in Madison. It's an accident at Gallatin Pike. Fairview, 840, the eastbound lanes past Fairview Centerville. An accident takes out the shoulder there. And then 840 westbound at the Almaville Road exit. The right shoulder is blocked off by a crash there as well. Now, if you're driving Smyrna on 24 eastbound side, the off-ramp to Sam Ridley Parkway, 3 vehicles involved in a crash on the off-ramp there. And Old Hickory, Saundersville Road at Cascade Drive, there is an injury accident. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. I am Brian Wilson filling in for Dan Mandis. You're listening to Nashville's Morning News. And, boy, I got to tell you, is Joan, are you there?
I am.
I have been watching that. You and I both spent time in Washington, D.C. Mm-hmm. I covered the White House. You were a very respected anchor there in the Washington, D.C. area for a long time. So we've seen things come and we've seen things go. But I have never seen any kind of meltdown like I've seen over this idea that Donald Trump has. He's going to build a big ballroom and add it on to the east wing of the White House.
It's every news story that I see. I mean, I was just noticing on the Today Show, they just started their coverage at 7 o'clock, right? So they've got the stories that they're going to be covering. And it's, it's the boats that are being blown up in the Pacific Ocean and, some other big news stories, the Louvre heist and maybe some weather. Right. And the only story out of Washington, not 23 days of a shutdown, but it's the Trump ballroom we're going to focus on. That's right.
My goodness, the man had the audacity to build a ballroom. And you know what I love about this? This is perfect. And in broadcasting, I had sort of a philosophy on occasion. Got me in trouble sometimes. But my philosophy was better to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission.
Absolutely.
Now, sometimes when you're out there, if you go and you say, I want to go do this, I want this interview, I want to get this soundbite, whatever it is, you're out there collecting news, and you run into these things where people, don't want to help you out, and that's fine. But I sometimes you would do something to get a story covered, knowing there's going to be blowback. But you did it because you knew if you asked for permission to do it, you would be denied. But at the end result, you got a good story out of it, and things move on. It's better to ask, I think, sometimes for forgiveness than to ask for permission, and that's what Trump has done with regard to this ballroom. Now there are historical entities that are supposed to have some control over this kind of stuff. He didn't ask.
Nope.
He just said, I'm the president of the United States. I'm building a ballroom, and we're going to start tearing down part of it today. And much has been made of, they're taking a bulldozer to parts of the White House.
They've torn down the East Wing. It's gone.
Well, they've torn down sort of a reception area.
Yeah.
I mean, if you've ever been to the White House, on a White House tour, you've been through that reception area on the east side of the White House. You go through there and you go through security, and then you go on into the White House. If you've ever been to a Christmas party at the White House, which I've been on many occasions, you go through there. All guests go through this area. That's what they're taking down. But to hear them tell it, they're destroying the White House, I think it's going to be really nice. I've seen the pictures. I don't have a problem with it. I think it would be great that it's not costing the American taxpayer anything.
So my joy, of course, is over watching the meltdown of the news media. So the meltdown last night was he presented paper pictures. He had paper pictures of his plans. Okay, that's terrible.
Wow.
He went over budget by, $100 million. Well, it's not any of our money. He's getting money from wealthy donors. Hello? It's just crazy the things that they're so focused on.
Yeah, this is the thing that they're railing about. He wants to build a nice ballroom and basically at no cost to the taxpayer. But people are losing their minds. Listen to this. This is Joe Walsh, not the rock and roll star, but the politician. Yeah. If I ran for president in 2028, I'd run on taking a bulldozer to Trump's ballroom. An utter desecration of the people's house. How is it an utter desecration? In fact, I'd invite the American people one weekend to bring their own sledgehammers and crowbars to the White House to help tear that abomination down. They've been talking about needing a ballroom at the White House forever.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, I don't know the answer to this question, but where do they typically host big events that they want to hold for the White House?
Well, normally they do it in the lower level of the White House. I mean, you go to like a Christmas party at the White House,
Yeah.
state dinner, it's in the East Room, but they're very limited. And Trump wants to be able to have more people in for. People ought to be able to come to events at the White House, and more people ought to be allowed in. That he's very much trying to make it more accessible for the American people. More people can go, the more people will have that experience. People should be allowed to go to their White House and attend a thing if that's what they desire to do. And the East Room is rather small by these standards. It's been talked about on and off for a long time. But what I don't get is all of this outrage when, Teddy Roosevelt basically rebuilt the West Wing in 1902.
Mm-hmm.
FDR did a lot of renovations on the East Wing. Nixon put in a bowling alley.
A bowling alley, come on.
And by the way, Kennedy had a swimming pool put in, which is now the press room.
Right. And who was it? Gerald Ford that moved the pool outside?
That's right. Nixon put in a bowling lane, and Obama put in a basketball court. Not a word was said, I don't think, over any of that.
Nothing.
Nobody said a thing about Obama's basketball court or Nixon's bowling alley or the getting rid of the pool and putting in the press. They never talked about the major renovations. There was a major renovation to the what do you call it, the Situation Room during Bush's years.
Yeah.
W's years. So I mean, it is not an uncommon thing.
My favorite rage tweet came from Hillary Clinton. Have you seen this one?
No.
She said, "It's not his house. It's your house, and he's destroying it." So you can just imagine the responses, right? So one of the best ones came from Tim Burchett, who said, "Madam Secretary."
I'm laughing already.
Yes.
Because Burchett's going to have something to say.
Oh, yeah. "You are in no position to talk about the sanctity of the White House. Your husband had relations in the Oval Office, and you sold the Lincoln bedroom out by the night."
Yeah, that's true. It really is true. And
so many people have responded to that.
Shut up, Hillary. Yeah, that's right. I'm with them 1,000% on that. But I don't understand it. It seems like a nice thing. I mean, the pictures are really, to me, beautiful. Now, do I think there's maybe a little bit too much gold in there? Maybe a little.
That's
but I mean,
his signature.
That's just a first. It's his signature thing. And, look, I just can't imagine that once it's there. I mean, what has he done? He's put some giant flagpoles in front and behind the White House.
Mm-hmm.
He's taken the Rose Garden, which, if you've ever been to an event in the Rose Garden, you end up, coming into the when it's over with a bunch of mud on your feet. Because, the grass is always soft, and women get out there in their high heel shoes and they sink in. It's not a good thing. I mean, it's beautiful, but it's not functional. It's so you need entertaining space for when your politicians from around the world come to visit. You need an entertainment space. You need a place to do a big state dinner, and I just think it's not out of the. It's not a stupid thing. It's something that has been talked about. It's something that's been needed. And here we are, a guy that said, "I'm going to do it, and it's not going to cost you, the taxpayer, 1 red cent." How can you be against something like that? I don't know. Because Trump's name is associated to it. That's
TDS.
The thing.
It's all TDS. Yeah.
Exactly. If anybody else had proposed this, not a word would be said. But now, because Donald Trump wants it, well, it's a horrible thing.
Yeah.
It's a horrible thing. I'm just shocked by that. You're right. Everybody's talking about the ballroom. And nobody's talking about the fact that the federal government has been shut down now. This is the 23rd day. Maybe we're going to see something break because there's some talk that the Republicans might be trying to find something that the Democrats could sign off on. In other words, they'd say, well, we're not going to provide money for illegal aliens, but we'll up the SNAP benefits and we'll reapprove, other things that would impact Americans, but we're just not going to provide for the health care of people who are in this country illegally. That's going to be their stand. And then it'll be interesting to see whether they get it done. The other thing that could happen, and you mentioned it in your newscast,
the nuclear option.
Is the nuclear option. Now, the nuclear option has been used before. It's basically in the Senate, you have anything difficult takes 60 votes. We have 50 votes plus. With the vice president, we can pass a lot of things, but difficult things are going to be filibustered, and to break a filibuster, you need to invoke cloture, and cloture requires 60 votes on most things. Not all things. We no longer do that on judges. You don't need 60 votes to pass a judge. We've done it on other things. So now is it time to reassess the filibuster rule and carve out an exception for budget bills? Budget bills can pass with 51 votes.
So it would be, if they do it for this shutdown, would that be the rule for every?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, going forward.
I think it would. Now, It was Harry Reid who changed the rule, as I recall it. Harry Reid changed the rule with regard to judicial nominees.
Right.
And then it came back to bite him on the butt when we were able to get all of our Supreme Court nominees approved with 50 votes plus the vice president. So, that made it a lot easier to get those nominees passed. Harry Reid came up with the idea because he was frustrated, but it really paid off for Republicans. Now we're talking about carving out one more exception. Don't have a real problem with it, actually. Let's move on. We shouldn't be caught up in these kinds of battles, when we have a budget disagreement. And honestly, I wish we would do things the old-fashioned way, with budget bills and going through committees and the whole 9 yards. But that seems to be a quaint notion that doesn't seem that it's going to happen anymore. I don't know if we'll ever have a budget passed through regular order again. So this seems to be, I think, a reasonable solution. And the good news is they're going to have the vote of John Fetterman if they decide to go that way.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Fetterman, interesting. I don't know why he doesn't just come over and become a Republican.
I don't know either. I mean, what's stopping him? He doesn't find a home in the ideology over there anymore.
And it's all he talks about is how, Democrats have lost their way. And I think they have. He does not have TDS. There was a time where I really thought, man, what have the people of Pennsylvania done by picking this guy? I didn't think he was capable of the job. He was struggling with his stroke and all of that. I don't know. When I see him now, he seems to have gotten a whole lot better, and he's making a lot of sense. So I'm a big fan of Fetterman. Wish he'd come on over to the Republican side. Would solve a lot of problems, but he's going to be with Republicans if they choose to do that, and that might be the way this whole thing gets resolved. What do you think?
I think it could be the answer. But so if they pass this spending bill that the Republicans, this clear CR, continuing resolution, it only goes to November 1st, right? So They've got work to do fast. And the problem is that the Democrats just want to hold the process down and make it feel like the Republicans aren't doing their job. So will they be able to get, if they are able to pass this continuing resolution now, it gets us roughly 3 weeks worth of funding for the government. Is that enough for them to, they've got to put together a budget and do it fast.
Let's get it done. It is frustrating, but I'll be honest with you. Has it impacted my life at all? Has it impacted yours?
Not even a little bit.
Not even a little bit.
Nothing.
Yeah, I'm shocked and stunned by that, but it really hasn't impacted my life one whit. I mean, I thought, well, I'm going to go on this road trip out to New Mexico and Colorado and then back, and I may not be able to stay at a national park. I went to a national park; it was open.
Yes.
I went to the Great Sand Dune National Park in Colorado, and it was wide open. Doors were open. Shop was open. Got to go to the sand dunes. Maybe there are others that aren't.
Great Smoky Mountain National Park is open.
See? Yeah, and I look at it and I go,
yeah,
Well, I can't point to one thing that has impacted my life. Now, if I were living off SNAP benefits, I'd be a little worried right now. I don't know how they're going to resolve that. And the Democrats are trying to push it to the point where it gets to critical mass so that people will complain and the Republicans will fold. I just don't know if that's going to happen.
I was shocked. Now, I know SNAP benefits are available and I know what they're for, but I was shocked at the number of people who are on SNAP benefits. It's in the tens of millions.
Yep.
That's a lot of people getting free stuff. And I see too many videos of people who are angered that their SNAP benefits are going away, saying, I'm not going to work, so you better get my SNAP benefits back to me.
And why aren't you going to work?
Yeah, so many good questions.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. Well, I've completely blown out the format here because we got a guy having a good time having a conversation. Yeah. It is 22 minutes now past the hour of 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Why don't we just go straight to the next spot?
Good morning, 7:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Murray County has broken ground on its first tornado siren. It's a big step toward improving severe weather safety after last year's deadly storm. Channel 4's Brendan Tierney saying that county officials plan to install 7 sirens in rural areas, and Columbia will add 12 more thanks to a state grant.
Parks, schools, and busy shopping areas highlight Murray County's first warning system. Crews are going to work over the next 4 to 6 weeks to get all of the tornado sirens installed.
Each siren cost about $45,000. The Pentagon confirming there's been another attack on a boat suspected of running drugs in the Pacific Ocean.
Pentagon announcing a second strike on an alleged drug boat in the Pacific Ocean. Secretary Pete Hegseth posting a video of yesterday's attack saying 3 men were killed. Hours earlier, he shared details of the first strike in the Pacific off Central America. These latest attacks follow 7 strikes on vessels in the Caribbean as part of President Trump's crackdown on drug cartels. Trump claiming his administration does have the legal authority to carry out the attacks.
ABC's Mola Langhi. Those reports of FEMA teams bypassing North Carolina and East Tennessee homes with Trump flags were true, according to an internal probe by the Department of Homeland Security. Now the Trump administration has sent a referral to the DOJ recommending Biden-era FEMA staffers face criminal charges. That report says FEMA canvassers collected information about which homes had political signs or signs about the Second Amendment. The canvassers would skip those homes, leaving behind no disaster assistance flyers. FEMA Director Deanna Criswell testified to Congress that there was no widespread cultural problems at FEMA. That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, there's an accident out at the airport. It's on Donaldson Pike at Terminal Drive. Careful in that area. And then in Madison on Briley Parkway, the eastbound lanes at Gallatin Pike, there's an accident there as well. Super slow this morning on 24 westbound heading in. It's also very slow at the merge between 24 and 65 to the north of the city. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
This beautiful Thursday, I'm looking outside. I see clear skies. Got to be a really nice fall day. Enjoy it. Rain coming this weekend, so I'm reading. I'm sorry. That's the way it is, but it's going to be raining. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. I want to go to the swamp and just talk about a bunch of sort of unrelated things, but they're all swamp related, I guess. That's the common thread. Carville. James Carville is losing his mind. Well, you know, I've always thought what I like about Carville is he's not afraid to tell Democrats what they need to hear. He believes that the Democrat Party is headed in the wrong direction, and it is. And he's one of the few voices that will actually stand up on occasion and point out the stupid things that Democrats are doing. But he's still a bitter man, as all Democrats are at the moment, it seems, attacking the Trump administration. Listen to the hateful tone and the hateful things that he said in his recent podcast.
My fantasy dream is that this nightmare ends in 2029. And I think we ought to have radical thing. I think they all ought to have their heads shaven. They should be put in orange pajamas, and it should be marched down Pennsylvania Avenue, and the public should be invited to spit on them.
Can you believe that?
Wow.
I mean, is that about as harsh a thing as you could possibly say? That if their head should be shaven, they should be put in orange jumpsuits and then spit upon? James Carville, really?
The universities, the corporations, the law firms, all of these collaborators should be shaved, pajamaed, and spit on.
He doesn't back down from it. And he's talking about people who support anything that Donald Trump is doing. Really, I mean, this is the level of discourse in the nation's capital today.
My fantasy dream is that this nightmare ends in 2029, and I think we ought to have radical thing. I think they all ought to have their heads shaven. They should be put in orange pajamas, and it should be marched down Pennsylvania Avenue, and the public should be invited to spit on them.
All right, well, there you have it. I couldn't be any more clear about the hateful attitude that, you know, that Democrats have toward Republicans right now, specifically one Republican, Donald Trump. The Trump derangement syndrome continues. As I mentioned earlier, yesterday there was a 12th attempt to end the shutdown. It failed. It's not going to go anywhere. Fetterman's talking about moving to abolish the filibuster. We'll see whether that happens. The 23-day government shutdown is now said to be the second longest in U.S. history. From New York Post, the ongoing government shutdown became the second longest U.S. history Wednesday, surpassing the 1995-96 lapse in federal funding as it dragged into day 23 with no end in sight. Senate Democrats have blocked Republicans' attempts to reopen the government, as I said, some 12 times. Who's getting the blame? Joan, do you have any sense of that? I mean, my sense of it is that, well, Republicans are going to get sort of an outsized amount of, people will blame the Republicans more than the Democrats, mainly because, we control the House, the Senate, and the White House. But I'm not sure, because I've seen other polls that say Donald Trump's not particularly getting a hit over this. In fact, his approval ratings are up about 1 point.
Right. His approval ratings have gone up. So I don't see it as being an issue for the Republicans. I think they're doing a good job of every day going out there to the microphones, to the cameras, and saying, Speaker Johnson every day goes out there and says, okay, it's day 23, and here's what we got. The Republicans have a clean CR that Democrats have voted on so many times in the past, and they won't do it this time because Republicans are in control.
And do you think that the general public gets that? It's a hard call, isn't it?
It is a hard call because first of all, nobody who's watching MSNBC ever sees a minute of that press conference. Never. So they're never getting the information that's out there. They have to look for it. And that is a problem.
There you go. I agree with you on that 1,000%. Meanwhile, in the swamp, this came out yesterday, and this is one of the big mysteries, and I feel like we're getting close here. Maybe something is beginning to happen. Certainly, the FBI has not forgotten it under Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. The FBI is still offering $500,000 reward to find the person who placed pipe bombs at the RNC and the DNC on January 5th. Now, if you don't know, January 6th, of course, we all remember. But on January 5th, somebody is seen, and we have videotape of this, and yesterday the FBI released a sort of an enhanced video. I don't know what they did to it. I don't know if they used AI on it or what, but they cleaned up the images quite a bit. So they're a lot crisper and easier to see detail that you couldn't see before. One way or the other, they released that video, and they said, remember, we're still looking for who did this. On the 5th of January, the night before January 6th and all that happened, somebody put a pipe bomb outside the RNC headquarters and the DNC headquarters. Now, these are just around the corner from Capitol Hill. If you've ever been there, you know. And then the one that was at the DNC was more problematic because, first of all, the Secret Service apparently missed it while they had Kamala Harris. She was sort of staging out of the DNC just a few blocks from the Capitol on January 6th. And she was in that building, and outside there was a pipe bomb. Now, the pipe bombs never went off. Pipe bombs may have been something that was never designed to explode. Some people will tell you that they don't look like they were ever viable weapons, but they were there, and it would have been something that could have been a real distraction to law enforcement authorities had they found them on January 6th in real time. In other words, you divert a lot of resources to that, leaving the Capitol unprotected. I don't know if that was the plan. I don't know what the bombs were all about, but one way or the other, we ought to find out who was planning pipe bombs outside of the DNC and RNC, and we cannot apparently figure this out. I don't understand why it's so hard. Normally, what you would do in a situation like this, standard law enforcement practice, is to go and say, okay, we know that somebody was walking along this street and depositing the bombs at the time because we got video of it. We know when it happened. You go back to the phone companies and you say, give me every cell phone that was in that area at that time, and you start going through them. Who was there? Whose phone was pinging the cell phone towers? And then you start through the process of elimination saying, well, it's not this guy, not this person, not her. But then you get down to a small handful of people that it could be, which, generally leads to a break in the case. There's just one problem. When they went to get the phone records, the phone company said, darndest thing, we have a glitch in the data. How about that? I don't know if we'll ever get it solved. The unsolved case of 2 pipe bombs planted at the major political party headquarters in Washington, D.C. is back front and center as the FBI has posted on X an updated video, including previously unreleased footage, still offering $500,000 reward that help identify the person who placed the pipe bombs at the offices of the DNC and the RNC on January 5th, 2021. As part of an ongoing investigation, they say they are releasing an updated video, unreleased footage, higher quality video, longer clips of the subject's movements. And they're looking for a break. Kash Patel transmitted to Congress the lab analysis and interviews with key witnesses, who is challenging the official timeline of events. Both bombs were filled with chemical building blocks of black powder. Each was equipped with a 60-minute kitchen timer, and each, they said, had destructive potential. But they don't say they were viable. Both devices never exploded and were discovered about 16 hours after the FBI claimed they were planted outside both of the party headquarters. Continuing to try to figure that one out. Just some of the things happening in the swamp on this Thursday, October 23rd. 45 minutes past the hour now. Looking for a high today in the low 60s. Going to be a really, really pleasant fall day. We're looking for maybe a little rain over the weekend. We'll find out more about that tomorrow. Right now, though, it does look like we could see, I think I saw a 75% chance of rain on Saturday and Sunday. I want to talk a little bit about this guy who's running against Susan Collins in Maine, for the United States Senate seat of Maine. Susan Collins, of course, Republicans, quite frankly, a lot of Republicans don't care much for Susan Collins because she's always it seems like she's the first one to ever, to side with the Democrats on things. And she comes from Maine, which is very moderate. A Republican from Maine is something of an anomaly, but she's been there for a long time. The guy running against her is a guy named Graham Plattner, and apparently he has been found to have or at one time had, a Nazi tattoo on his chest. As far as I can tell, it's right over his heart, but definitely on his chest. And it is now the Politico and a lot of the other left-leaning news organizations are out there saying, well, it's not really a Nazi symbol. It sort of looks like a Nazi symbol. It resembles one. But there really seems to be very, very little, disagreement by those who have seen it, that it does seem to be a Nazi tattoo right on his chest. And as it turns out, he now, this is how weird it gets in politics sometimes. He's had to disrobe from the waist up on national television to show the tattoo. And the tattoo, he says, has been covered. Well, if it wasn't a Nazi tattoo, why did you cover it? Why did you decide to do that? Here he says, let's see. He is a self-described vegetable-growing, psychedelics-taking socialist these days, and he said he got older and became a communist. Some are saying that he is a racist and a sexist, but the party is actually defending a guy. The Democrat Party is actually defending a guy who had a tattoo on his chest that pretty much was a Nazi tattoo, an SS tattoo. So there it is. I mean, this is where we've come to in America. We got a communist who's running for mayor. We got a socialist communist with a tattoo, an SS Nazi tattoo on his chest, who wants to be a U.S. Senator. He said he had no idea at all that he'd been sporting a Nazi tattoo. It was not until I started hearing from reporters and D.C. insiders that I realized this tattoo resembles a Nazi symbol. I absolutely would not have gone through life having this on my chest if I knew that, and to insinuate that I did is disgusting. I am already planning to get this removed. But then they showed that he has a tattoo, and he showed the tattoo, and he says it's been covered. According to a person who socialized with Plattner, when he was living in Washington, D.C. more than a decade ago, he had specifically acknowledged the tattoo was a Totenkopf, the death head symbol adopted by infamous Nazi SS unit that guarded concentration camps in World War II. He said, "Oh, this is my Totenkopf." That's what it's called, apparently. The former acquaintance told Jewish Insider recently, speaking on the condition of anonymity to address the sensitive issue. He said it in a cutesy little way. Plattner says he didn't know the tattoo symbolized, so he kept the tattoo. Plenty of people cover tattoos with regrets with different tattoos. It's not difficult or expensive. So Democrats are standing by him. Of course they are, because Democrats are everything that they falsely accuse Republicans of. On one hand, we hear all the Republican rhetoric. I mean, all the Democrat rhetoric. Oh, Republicans are a bunch of Nazis. They're Nazi this and Nazi that, and Hitler this and Hitler that. They got a candidate that actually had a Nazi tattoo on his chest, and they're defending him. Oh, it sort of looks like one, but it's really not. Unbelievable stuff happening in regard to that race. So I don't know what's going to happen there. I think it probably speaks well for Susan Collins. Look, say what you will about Susan Collins. She is a rhino. There's little doubt about that. She's always been a rhino. But on some key votes, it's better to have her vote than not to have it. And many times she has, been the determining factor of what can go forward and what can't. Does she frustrate us at times? Yes, but we wouldn't have the majority if we didn't include Susan Collins of Maine, and we need the majority to go forward. So Susan Collins needs to win. Graham Plattner needs to not win. And if he does, can you really believe we'll have a guy in the United States Senate from Maine who is a communist, a socialist, and apparently a Nazi sympathizer? 52 minutes now past the hour of 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7.
And up ahead here on Super Talk 99.7, tipsters call police on a registered sex offender repeatedly visiting a local park. And it's happened again, a deadly crash involving a semi-truck with an illegal immigrant behind the wheel. That and more at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, this is something that I hadn't heard about. It's happening in some parts of our state right now. Apparently, there are people who are getting sick right now with something called hand, foot, and mouth disease. Some 31 schools and 3 child care centers in the state have apparently had an outbreak of something known as HFMD, hand, foot, and mouth disease. 778 students have been affected. This is happening mostly in Shelby County, but it is happening around the state. Symptoms include fever, sore throat, painful mouth sores that blister, a rash that appears on the hands and feet. Most kids get over it with mild symptoms in about 7 to 10 days. It's not fatal, but it is something that is apparently a health concern in the state of Tennessee right now. It is 59 minutes past the hour. Let's call it almost 8 o'clock. Time for the news with Joan Jones.
Good morning, 8 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got a crash this morning on 24, the westbound lanes before Old Hickory Boulevard South in Laverne, and that's causing a big delay this morning. Careful as you drive. In the news, a Nashville registered sex offender has been rearrested. Visitors at a dog park on Bransford Avenue tipped off police that 57-year-old Louis Shaneberg had been visiting that park for months with children present, and they say he always brought his camera to take pictures. Starting in 1997, Shaneberg has been convicted of sexual exploitation of a minor, attempted statutory rape, and public indecency. Well, there's a new push to add another layer of security at Tennessee's public schools. Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovac says leading state lawmakers want to fully fund Alyssa's law, putting silent panic alarms in every school.
Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson and Representative Ron Gant, who previously sponsored a pilot program for that law, say that they're continuing to push for more funding statewide to enhance school safety. This law would make silent panic alert systems available in every Tennessee school. That way, teachers and staff can instantly contact law enforcement in an emergency.
The law's named after Alyssa Oladef, a 14-year-old student who was killed in the 2018 Parkland school shooting in Florida. Well, it's happened again. A 21-year-old illegal immigrant from India driving a tractor-trailer truck has caused a deadly crash. This time it happened on the I-10 freeway in Southern California. The man was allegedly intoxicated when he ran his big rig right into slow-moving traffic, never having touched his brakes. It left 3 people dead and several injured. The man came to the U.S. through the border in California in 2022, and he was released into the interior of the country pending an immigration hearing. Now, DHS says the man does not have legal status. No comment from the White House so far, but the Trump administration did say last week that it would withhold more than $40 million in highway safety funding for California because they failed to comply with federal English language proficiency standards for truck drivers. UT Athletic Director Danny White with news that Vols baseball fans do not want to hear.
Tell you the news of the day. Our head baseball coach has accepted the manager position at the San Francisco Giants. So in my mind, this is not a sad day. It's a proud day. Congratulations to Tony. This is something that's never been accomplished before.
Yeah, Vitello, who led the Volunteers to their first national championship, will be the first college baseball coach to jump directly into an MLB managerial role without prior professional experience. Frank Anderson named interim head coach of Tennessee baseball. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Well, stock futures, just about a half hour before trading begins, the Dow futures are down 97, NASDAQ futures minus 50. We've got S&P futures down 7.5 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather. Next, I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a crash on 24 westbound in Laverne. Watch it. It's at Old Hickory Boulevard South exit 62. Briley Parkway southbound in Cockrell Bend at County Hospital Road. There's an accident taking out the left lane. Bellmead, Harding Pike east of Woodmont Boulevard, White Bridge. There is an accident in that spot as well. Very slow if you're traveling in this morning on 24. Also on 65 north, it's very slow. And coming in from the north at the merge of 64 and 65 and 24. Also very slow. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 7 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. I'm Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis. You're listening to Nashville's Morning News. Beautiful day on tap. Just outside. Blue skies, a little nip in the air. Temperatures are in the 40s, but we're heading up to the lower 60s today. Should be pretty nice. So enjoy this beautiful fall-like weather. I've always been fascinated by this idea of focus groups. Focus groups are not like polling data because what they do is in the world of politics and by the way, in the world of a lot of other things like advertising or marketing, etc. You want to know what people think. You do a poll, but if you really want to know what people think, you get a bunch of people in a room, you put a camera behind, a one-way mirror and you watch them and you ask them some questions about an issue that's in the news. It's called a focus group. And you get a lot of more detail sometimes from the focus group than you get from actual polling data. And Politico has published the results of some focus groups that were held shortly after the election by a progressive group called Navigator Research. And what they found, according to hotair.com, is that the Democrat brand is in serious deep trouble. The focus groups were made up of voters who had previously voted for Democrats, but either didn't vote in the election or jumped parties and voted for Trump. They said they felt Democrats were too weak and too woke, their words. When asked to compare the Democrat Party to an animal, one participant compared the party to an ostrich because they've got their heads in the sand and they are absolutely committed to their own ideas. Another said they were like koalas. I think maybe they were thinking sloth, but they said koalas, who are complacent and lazy about getting policy wins that we really need. Democrats said they are not a friend of the working class anymore. Boy, and is that true? I think what the Democrat elites and politicians believe is often very different from what the average Democrat voter believes, said a Georgia man who voted for Biden in 2020 but Trump in 24. The elites that run the Democrat Party, I think they are way too obsessed with appealing to these very far-left social progressivism that is very popular on college campuses. Several participants also raised the transgender attack ad that the Trump campaign deployed against Harris, which showed a 2019 clip of her expressing support for gender-affirming surgery for state prison inmates. The tagline included, "Kamala is for they, them. President Trump is for you." One woman who didn't vote in 2024 said she didn't agree with Harris's thinking that it's okay for children to change their body parts. So there you have that. Some progressive have been eager to deny that Trump and ad on gender had any impact, saying that wokeness wasn't a top issue for most voters. But there's evidence the ad was effective in moving people to the right. I've always thought that the one thing in the last election that Democrats, they really invested in it, and it just didn't work out for them, because you have to get this past soccer moms and soccer dads. And that's the idea that, we're okay with men participating against women on the field of athletic play. That person now identifies as a woman, so they're going to play on a woman's soccer team. And I just think that doesn't go over well with moms and dads who have kids. I mean, I'm one of these people. I used to have a kid played soccer. Man, I can't tell you the number of soccer games I attended. She was on a travel team. She was on a school team. I was always going to a soccer game. And if my daughter, who was a defender, had been put up against someone who was a striker who happened to be male, identifying as a female, I would not have been happy about it. And I can't imagine any dad of girls or mom of girls who are involved in athletics would be okay with it. And yet that's one of the things that the Democrats clung to, and that was one of the things that they pushed in the last election, and it just didn't resonate. I think that drove a lot of people, over to the right, who might otherwise have voted for Democrats. There's more on this story I think is pretty interesting. As for the perception of weakness, voters were not enthusiastic about Biden, clearly, and yet until he verbally collapsed in his first debate, Democrats kept telling us he was fine. That wasn't the case, of course. We figured that out. There you have it. They are weak and they are woke, and those two words are not settling well with many American voters. Certainly some, but not, in New York City, apparently, it's fine, but in other places, no. Speaking of moms and their kids, this story I think is interesting, comes from News Channel 5. Tennessee moms spark national recess revolution, reaching 30% of U.S. states. A grassroots movement co-founded by two Tennessee mothers is spreading across the country, advocating for more recess time and outdoor learning opportunities in elementary schools. Catherine Truman, mother of 4 energetic boys, has co-founded Say Yes to Recess campaign alongside Morgan Garner. What started as a local effort has now grown to a national movement in just 10 months. In just 10 months of operation, they started in January, we have crept into about 30% of the nation. The campaign has already achieved significant success in Tennessee, leading to new state legislation requiring 40 minutes of recess in elementary schools. Garner now works with at least 15 other state chapters, advocating similar policies nationwide. We want 60 minutes of daily recess, but we also want a screen-free. A lot of schools will go, oh, the playground's too soggy, or it's a little too cold, or it's a little too windy. It'll be a perfectly good day. The organization emphasizes that recess cannot be taken away as punishment, and that walk time to the playground should not count toward the required recess minutes. Beyond playground time, the nonprofit also advocates for more flexibility, allowing teachers to take lessons outdoors when weather permits. Oh, that was always something we were trying to con our teachers with. Hey, can we take class outside today? Can we go out to the quad and have our English test? I don't know. That's interesting, though. Tennessee moms sort of revolutionizing this idea that kids need to get more exercise. I'm all for it. Coming up in just a moment, what's going on with our economy? It's remarkably good, despite the naysayers. Right now, though, time for a look at what's going on with traffic and weather. We're looking for a high today of around 68 degrees. 68 degrees, almost 70 degrees today, and a lot of sunshine today. Right now, we're looking at a temperature of 46 degrees. The overnight low was down to around 41. And then tomorrow, we're looking at, I'm seeing partly cloudy skies. And now the updated forecast shows that the rain will probably come on Sunday, so you may have a pretty good day on Saturday. 75% chance of rain on Sunday and on Monday. But again, 46 degrees headed to a high today of around 68 degrees. So we've been talking about the economy, right? And what's going on with the economy. Everybody says, well, you got the tariffs in place and the economy is going to just go downhill and it's going to be hard on people. Turns out that is not true. Not true in the least. Let me just share something with you. Here is an interview that George Stephanopoulos did this weekend on his show with the man who's the CEO of Walmart. And they were doing this interview, and it was very clear that, George Stephanopoulos got this guy on thinking he was going to trash the economy, trash the idea of tariffs. It's going to cause prices to go up and send a panic. It turned out to be exactly the opposite when John Ferner talked to Stephanopoulos this weekend. Turns out, he says, we're doing quite well, and we're expected to do even better for people who are looking forward to putting a Thanksgiving feast on this year.
And we're joined now by John Ferner, President and CEO of Walmart U.S. Thanks for coming in this morning, Mr. Ferner. Appreciate your time. Let's talk about Thanksgiving first. Food prices are up, especially turkey. So what are you doing to help customers keep the cost down?
Well, good morning, George. It's great to see you. We are really excited about what we have planned for this year at Thanksgiving, and I can't believe it's already that time of year. But this is a time of year when people are busy. They don't want to sacrifice quality, and we want to do all we can to help them celebrate the holiday any way they want, and we want to do it in a way that's very affordable with a lot of value. So I want to talk about a couple things with the Thanksgiving basket. First, we started putting together this idea of having the entire basket easy to purchase, easy to assemble back in 2022. And this year, we will have the best prices on this basket we've had since the program started. We're down about 25% from last year, down about $14 for the basket, which puts us in a position where this basket is just under $4 a person when serving 10 people. Mm-hmm. So we have a great basket that has a mix of our great brands, like Butterball turkeys. Our turkey prices, George, are all the way back to what they were in 2019 at 97 cents a pound. So we're really excited about the progress. I was really impressed when the team brought me this. It was better than I expected. So we're looking forward to a great holiday season, and we want to help people celebrate any way they want and do it at a great Walmart price.
Well, hold on a minute. Wait a minute. There's a lot to unpack there. Steffi was expecting he was going to say, yeah, well, prices are going to be a little high. Turns out they're not. Turns out that the Thanksgiving basket this year, and I've looked at this basket, it's a fine feast. It has a Butterball turkey. It's got yams, if you like yams, or as we like to call them, sweet potatoes. It's got dressing. We all know here it's going to be stuffing, but okay. It's got all kinds of stuff that you need to put on a good Thanksgiving feast. And this year, it's down 25% over last year. Wait. We were told that wasn't going to happen. We were told that prices were going to go up. We were told that everything would go through the roof. Why is this? Why is this happening? I don't know, but it's $14 lower than it was last year, 25%. And you can feed a person for under $4 a person for 10 people. Having 10 people over, it's going to cost you $40. Amazing. Just amazing. But well, wait, how did this happen? We were told this one, Steffi wasn't going to have any of that. He tries to find another tack.
How about President Trump's tariffs? They're contributing to higher costs across the board.
Here we go.
I know you're absorbing some of the cost, how much is going to be passed on to consumers as they turn to holiday items?
Well, you'd say, this is where it all turns. Holiday items, holiday shopping, it's going to be more expensive. Not according to the CEO of Walmart.
Well, George, we're, as you know, selling a really wide variety of products, and about 2/3 of what we sell is either made, grown, or assembled here in the United States. And so our merchants have done a really nice job of mixing things out. This basket is a great example of where we're keeping prices down. The other thing we do at Walmart, we have a program called Rollbacks, which we've had for decades. And as we stand here today, we get to talk today, we have about 7,000 items on Rollbacks, which is up about 1,000 from where we began the beginning of the year. So we are really focused on ensuring that across categories, opening price point, some of our better and best quality products, that we are delivering the prices that people expect. So we have this basket that's going to be exciting for Thanksgiving. And then in a few weeks, we'll be talking about the holiday event season that's coming up just before you know it.
All right, so is he done? No, he's going to try one more time.
A lot of American families are tightening their belts right now, borrowing more to pay bills, falling behind on credit card payments. Are you seeing any change in your customers' behavior, and what can you do to alleviate that?
He's trying to find something that will get this guy to say that there's something terribly wrong with the economy, but it just doesn't go his way.
What we've been seeing, and we talked about this at the end of our second quarter just a couple months ago, we see a customer that is very savvy. They're thinking about value. They love quality, and they've been very resilient. Our customers that have shopping with us both online and in store, they've been really resilient, but they are looking for value. So we are doing what we can to ensure that we're being as efficient as possible so that we can deliver low prices. And the big change from just even the year before, the two things that we've talked about today, I just reiterate, is the price of the basket being down 25%. That is a big number in terms of percent decrease. And then having over 7,000 items that we've taken the price down on key items, things like our 50-inch Vizio television that's selling for $214. Those are great values that will really come in handy as people get ready to celebrate the holiday season.
And after that, George Stephanopoulos just said, thank you. No more questions. 3 questions. None of them went the way he was hoping it would go. And I think the reason why we are seeing these prices come down and that the economy, it's not, beef is a little high. Yeah, I'll give you that one. But that is a cyclical thing as I understand it. The national gas average is now below $3 a gallon. I drove from Tennessee to Colorado and back in my motorhome, and I don't think I ever paid over $3 for a gallon of gas. Some areas in Tennessee, what were you saying, Joan? I think you said you saw it for like $2.25?
$2.34 this morning.
$2.34, so $2.34, $2.33 for a gallon of gas. Unbelievable.
Coffee County, yep.
There you go. The national average for a gallon of gas has reached $3 for the first time since May of 21. Lower prices are caused by crude oil, lower gasoline demand, and winter blend petrol is now at the pump. All of those things making it cheaper to get your goods to market, and therein lies the answer. Why are things cheap? Because oil and gas and fuel prices have gone down. 23 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock.
Coming up here on Super Talk, prosecutors may upgrade the charges against a man who attacked an elderly woman on a Nashville street. That's coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. It's now 8:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Prosecutors may upgrade the charges against the man who has been charged with karate kicking an elderly woman in Nashville. Now, that woman, who doesn't want to be named, suffered a concussion, a broken elbow, shattered jaw, and she needed emergency hip replacement. Now, Pablo Arias may face upgraded charges at his next court appearances. But there's a hitch. Fox 17's Dennis Ferrier.
There is no guarantee Pablo Arias will even show up for his November 21st hearing. After all, he lives in Whitehaven, Pennsylvania. And at the time of the attack, he got out of jail for $500. That's because at the time of the attack, he was charged with simple elder abuse, a Class E felony that comes with a 1 to 3 year jail sentence.
Arias posted bail and was released at the time of his arrest. Democrats voted against reopening the government once again yesterday, and now ABC's Jim Ryan tells us tens of millions of people are on the brink of losing a crucial resource.
About 12% of Americans rely on the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP. Without it, says recipient Heather Williams,
We'd have to choose between paying our rent or getting food.
social service agencies are scrambling, and some businesses also are stepping up.
And I don't want other people to have to be worried about where the next meal is coming from.
Oklahoma restaurateur Ian Campmeyer has launched Meal It Forward, encouraging customers to purchase meals for neighbors in need. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
The next vote in the Senate is just about an hour and a half from now at 10 o'clock this morning. Your coffee routine may soon be interrupted. The union representing baristas at some Starbucks locations set to possibly go on strike once again starting tomorrow. The union demanding better hours, improved staffing levels, and higher take-home pay. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stocks trading now. The Dow Jones Industrial starting off 6 points lower. The NASDAQ is down just 1.5. The S&P 500 index up just over a point. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Still have that problem this morning on westbound 24 in Laverne. It's at Old Hickory Boulevard. You find an accident off to the right shoulder causing a lot of delay this morning. 40 westbound at the I-65 South exit. That's 210B. You've got an accident there, too, this morning. Cockrell Bend, Bradley Parkway southbound at County Hospital Road. That's exit 25. All lanes now reopened. The right shoulder, however, is where they've pushed that accident off to. 65 north at the Hogan Road overpass in Creve Hall. There's an accident. Murfreesboro Pike east of Foster Avenue in South Nashville. Also the scene of an accident. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 36 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 on this 23rd day of October, Thursday. I'm Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis. We got Joan Jones in the newsroom. Sam is pushing the blinky buttons. And, of course, joining us now, as he always does, is Chris Hand, who's going to be coming up next here on Super Talk 99.7. Chris, how are you?
I'm good, man. How are you doing? You sound great this morning.
Well, you know what? I was just talking to Sam during the commercial break. Yesterday at this time, well, a little later than this yesterday, I was having heart surgery.
What?
I'm not kidding you. It's remarkable. Isn't modern medicine remarkable? I was having heart surgery yesterday. When I say surgery, they weren't cutting me open. I don't have a real problem with my heart. I've had a continual problem over the years of having a wonky heartbeat. I think I've mentioned this before.
Yes, I do recall that. So,
and they told me that my heart was beating in a weird way, so that it wasn't beating as efficiently as it should, and that my heart was only operating at 43% capacity.
What?
Yeah. I mean, I never felt a thing. I never knew it. I mean, I did notice that perhaps I didn't have as much energy. Maybe I sort of didn't have the sort of stamina that I once had. But I'm also nearly 70 years old, and I thought, well, that just comes with getting old.
Right.
Turns out I have this wonky heartbeat, and they went in yesterday and corrected it.
So,
wow.
Yeah, like what does that process entail?
Well, I'll spare you some of it because it's just family show and nobody wants to hear this.
Oh, we're here for the details. Are you leaving the part out where they shave the chest?
The chest is if only it were the chest and only the chest, it would have been fine.
Okay.
Let's just say other parts were shaved.
Oh no.
They go in with a long catheter.
Oh no.
And then they work it up into your heart. And then they zap. Apparently, when you have a wonky heartbeat, it's often caused by unusual or malfunctioning cells of some kind, nerve cells, and they zap those nerve cells, and then they pull the catheter out, and remarkably, your heart is perfect again.
That's
crazy.
Wild.
Isn't that nuts?
Yeah.
I mean, they put me out. I don't remember much of it. But apparently everything went extremely well, and they say my heart is beating regularly once again. Isn't that something?
Is this AFib that you had? Is that to categorize it that way?
Something like that.
Okay.
But it was beating against itself in a way where it wasn't pushing the blood. And I've got a lot of blood to push around. I'm 6'4", so there's a lot of blood that has to go through my body. But it wasn't pushing it through the body as efficiently as it should. And they were apparently very pleased. And, I've done this before, and it came back. So we tried a different technique this time. We're hoping it doesn't come back.
Well, what a beast to be able to do that yesterday and being here today.
Yeah,
honestly, though, it was, when I got up off the table, I was fine. I mean, I go home, I take it easy for the rest of the day, and the only thing I can't do is lift things heavy for about 10 days.
Do you notice like a physical difference moving around?
I don't. My wife says, Cabana wife says, that my face is more has more roses in the cheek and my color's better. But on vacation, I went to have dinner at a restaurant that was at 10,300 feet above sea level. I didn't have any problems. But apparently it needed to be dealt with, and it was dealt with yesterday. So
Cabana wife is taking the trash out now.
Yeah, she'll have to do that for the next 10 days. Yeah. Anytime she asks me to do something, all I have to do is say, I'm sorry, doctor's orders.
Yeah.
That's wild, dude. I can't believe you did that yesterday.
Yeah. Modern medicine is really something. I won't bore you with all the details because it's not my story to tell, but I have someone in my family that's going through some medical stuff, and the medicine that has been provided is remarkable. I mean, the thing that this person is going through 5 years ago would have killed her.
Unbelievable.
But now it will. No, now it won't. Now it's like 90% of people have complete remission.
Let's go.
Because of these new medicines that are out there. I mean, we do an awful lot of attacks on the medical and pharmacology and big pharma and all that. But, some of the things they put out are truly remarkable. Truly remarkable.
Hey, you got to praise the good if you're going to criticize the bad.
That's right. And so, I'm just enamored with what modern medicine can do. So, here I am one day out of heart surgery and none the worse for wear. I'm going to milk it. I'm going to milk it as long as I can.
And you should. I want to know who that person is that thought for just a minute, well, if we go up through here, you can go all the way to the heart and make things right again.
We can tout the advancements of modern medicine, but not being able to find another point of entry seems a bit of an issue to me.
I would rather they do that than cut me open. So, I think I'll go with this for right now.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So the last time I did it, when they tried a different kind of technology, I woke up during the procedure.
No.
They awakened me. So I'm on the operating table, and all of a sudden I am wide awake.
That's spooky.
I mean, just wide awake.
Did they notice?
You hear those horror stories of the people that the anesthesia is working and they can't move, but the other part of the anesthesia is not working where they can feel everything.
Well, they woke me up because apparently I was thrashing about a bit thrashing about in the operating room is not a good thing when they're operating on your heart. So they awakened me, and I went through the rest of the procedure. I could feel the thing in my heart. I could feel them pulling it out. I did the whole night. So I told them yesterday, I said, make sure I'm out. I don't want to be awake for any of this. So,
make sure I'm out, please.
I stayed out there yesterday. But again, remarkable thing. Dr. Lugo is really amazing. He was my doctor. Went in there. Everybody just raves about this guy, and I got to tell you, it's really amazing how good they have gotten at this kind of stuff.
7885 on the text line says this is bad timing for you because you need to be putting up Christmas trees right about now.
You sure that's not my wife?
It might be. It might be. I'll have to go back in the chat history.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I was just talking earlier today with Joan about how horrible the traffic is out at B&A, because I had to take her to the airport the other day after we got back from our vacation trip, and the roads and the traffic was heavy. It was right after, it was Sunday, right after the game. I was going back to pick her up, and traffic was a nightmare. So I sort of expected that it might be, but apparently they say it's going to get better. They're going to open up a new ramp today.
Okay, let's go. I usually don't depend on the ramp when you're coming up. I go to the next exit and go around the back.
You go around the backside?
I try to go around the back.
That's an interesting idea. I hadn't thought about that.
That ramp, by the way, is open. It's open right now.
Opened up this morning, right?
Opened up this morning. It's from, if you're traveling on Terminal Drive and you're leaving the airport and you want to get on 40 East, you can do that now.
Awesome.
Well, okay, and that's the way I need to go. So, all right, that works.
Will this eliminate people abandoning Ubers and rental vehicles as they're getting to the airport?
I don't know about that.
All right, let's
But,
not count our chickens.
Right.
Well, as long as we're talking about this, Nashville. I've always said I think Nashville has a good airport. I love the things they're doing. For the most part, during all of this construction that's been going on, I will say, not really too many problems have cropped up. You would expect that they would be, but they seem to have handled it well. And now that they're nearing completion of all of the construction out there, get this. It's the number 2 best large airport in the nation.
It is a smooth airport. I mean, I've gone to a lot of airports that are not as nice, and we are pretty lucky to have BNA.
I mean, every airport I go to, it seems like it's under construction. That's just the way it is. They're always under construction. Number 1 for having the best airport shopping, Nashville's BNA.
All right.
Best airport bar, the Titans Press Box, number 1, nationwide. BNA. Best airport grab and go food, 400 Degrees Hot Chicken, number 2. Best airport for art, number 3 in the nation. But overall, it's the second best large airport in the nation, according to this survey.
What's the number 1?
I'll have to look it up.
Never mind. Don't worry.
Now you're asking me a hard question I don't have the answer to. But yeah, apparently it's really quite the thing. A new report. Hang on. Well, no, this just takes you to the press release from BNA. But no,
they don't want to give number 1 any credit.
Yeah, we're number 2 and we'll try harder. But I mean, it really is a pretty good airport, and hopefully, they've had some trouble out there with the roads and backup traffic and all that kind of stuff. Maybe as they get these roads online and they open up these new ramps, that'll alleviate some of that.
Yeah.
So, you getting ready for Thanksgiving, for Halloween now? I mean, do you do Halloween at your house?
I don't know. We've been kind of torn on it this year, to be perfectly honest with you. It's like we want to be able to have the kids have some fun, but I don't know. It gets a little bit extra, especially with the young ones.
Yeah.
Well, what about you? You guys decorating the whole yard, the whole house?
Not as much as we have. The 12-foot skeleton did not get put up this year because I only had half a heart, so cut me some slack. It's really something when you say you do everything half-hearted. Well, it'd be true.
It's terrible.
I know, but anyway, but the industry is doing well, and the National Retail Federation says, in this horrible economy that we apparently have, that people are spending more money this year than they have in many, many, many years. $13.1 billion will be spent on Halloween this year in America.
It's a lot of money on Halloween.
Yeah, up from $11.6 billion last year. Apparently, that's a tremendous. People are not afraid to spend money.
Yeah, I'm like, my mind is in Thanksgiving and Christmas mode. I'm ready. I feel like it's already Christmas season.
Well, if you go to any major department store, that would be true.
Yeah, I'm ready to start watching some bad Christmas movies.
No, too soon.
Yeah, no, it's never too soon for a little Santa with muscles starring Hulk Hogan.
Let's have Thanksgiving. Let's have Halloween. Let's have Thanksgiving, and then we can have Christmas.
All right. Well, we'll do it in order for you.
All right, please.
I don't want to stress out that hard. We don't want to skip Halloween on you.
So, as I mentioned, I just got back from a big road trip. I took my motorhome from Watertown, Tennessee, all the way to Albuquerque, New Mexico. Cabana wife, because she's still working. Somebody has to support me. And so she's still working, and so she flew in to meet me in Albuquerque. We had our 5th anniversary there. Went to the balloon festival. Fantastic. You should go. It's really one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. We went to dinner at a place that's above Albuquerque, looking over Albuquerque from Sandia Peak. It's called 10-3. It's the restaurant is at 10,300 feet, and you take a tram up to it. That was really great.
That's cool.
Went on into southern Colorado and then made our way back from Colorado, New Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and then back into Tennessee, and did the whole round trip, about 3,000 miles and change.
And are you staying in the motorhome every night, or are you getting hotels occasionally?
Well, there were 2 nights where I stayed with my sister in Amarillo, because I stopped there going out and stopped there coming back, and so we got to visit with her. But other than that, yeah. And I like it. I sleep very well in it.
No, I'm jealous. I would love to live that life.
Cabana wife steals covers, and I just can't. I mean, just say she does. I mean, it's a fact, and so I get a little cold sometimes when she's there. But we did fine. We do great. We like that motorhome. But yeah, amazing. I will say this: the roads in Western Tennessee are just abysmal. They're just the worst. I was, out in Memphis, heading into Arkansas, and I mean, it just about shook the fillings out of my teeth.
Really?
It's that rough. I mean, it's really bad. And I don't know why we can't have better roads in the state of Tennessee. A lot of people have this problem. I noticed around here they're doing a lot of paving, but I'm telling you, it was horrible. It was like unbelievably bad. I've never seen so many half-filled potholes in my life.
Are you nervous out there on the roads now when you're doing a big road trip like that, given what we've been seeing with the truckers and the no name given on licenses and all the CDLs? Do you find yourself having an extra eye on the 18-wheelers?
No, I mean, I watch them carefully because I just have a healthy respect for how much time it takes to shut down. Have you ever driven a big rig? I have on a couple of occasions, and you really do not understand what it takes to shut one of those down. It really it takes a lot of space, and you got to be sharp all the time. But I don't really have. I think most of these people out there are pretty good people. But you're right. There certainly have been a lot of stories out there about people who are driving these trucks who shouldn't be driving these trucks. But I don't fear it. No.
Well, there was another story yesterday in California where a guy, illegal alien, crashed an 18-wheeler into a car in Ontario, California. Killing 3 people. And that's going to be a big focus on the show today. We got Danielle Chaffin is coming in, and she does a lot of reporting on the trucking industry, and we're going to have a long conversation about what she says is hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens driving 18-wheelers on our roads.
Well, what was it? Somebody set up a roadblock of every... What was it? Somebody set up a roadblock of every truck driver they stopped every truck. And they took a bunch of them off the road because they simply were not qualified, didn't have proper licenses.
Couldn't read English.
Can't speak English.
I want to say that was Arkansas, if I recall correctly.
That was my memory as well. I just wasn't absolutely sure. Yeah, I think it was Arkansas. They stopped every truck coming into the state, and that's what they found.
Well, and then you see these companies that they're just fly by night with the same name, and they're all registered. You got 50 companies registered to one apartment building. And it's like, well, that doesn't make much sense.
No, it doesn't make sense at all. Yeah. Well, again, immigration, it's getting better, but there's a lot of damage that was done in the last administration. No doubt about that.
100%.
All right. Well, listen, have a great show.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it, and good to hear from you as always.
As always, I'll be back here tomorrow, but thank you for being a part of our program here today. 52 minutes, make it 53 minutes past the hour.
And up ahead, an illegal gambling scandal rocking the NBA this morning. We'll tell you who is under arrest. Also, the school district that says no more pride flags. We've got those stories coming up here at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Well, that's it for me. Thank you so much for being a part of what we do here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'll be back here tomorrow filling in for Dan Mandis. Dan Mandis back on Monday. Coming up next, of course, the Chris Hand Show. Settle in for 3 hours of absolute broadcast excellence as Chris brings you all of the stuff that he normally does. And I'm telling you, it's must-listen radio when Chris is on the air. Thank you so much for being with us. See you back here tomorrow.
Good morning, 9 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top story.